Tommy, tell the truth here.
When Mandela affected, oh no, where did that go? Mandela affected, oh no. I said we going Mandela affected, oh no, where did that go?
5 minutes to 4:20 somewhere. What? Might as well get that over with.
Y'all ain't really fucking seeing y'all effective, but now you got 6 holes in your fucking face, man. What is you been sleeping? No one is mistaken me for logically frustrated, cause now I know that there's always been 6 people seated in the JFK assassination. But of course all the bets know let's go where it went. Logically frosty, he shouldn't be like this. Honestly, he should be cold as shit. Why does he need a scarf and what's the point of it? Be careful what you wish for in the matrix glitch. Where I'm fucking from, it wasn't like this, but at least it's nice to know I'm not alone in shifts. When Mandela affected, oh no, where did that go? Mandela affected, oh no. I said we going Mandela affected, oh no, where did that go? Shifts, affected, oh no. I said these shifty bastards, your wrists are tethered as your pulses under your thumb no longer centered. Your shrinking factor here and after, not even talking that quick, it's just the time is moving faster. You're lost in the facts since reality's hack bitch, like summoning demons with these dancing tactics, like Sam psychiatric, blending semantics, losing your stars and stripes as the demons demanded, running in circles, but to whose advantage? It's a sense from the creators while on Satan's sandwich. No longer get scared from Ricky Ricardo's laughter. In fact, I slap a bitch just to hear someone in the chatter, like someone in a bar quoting it like it matters. Cause this isn't my home, it's a slain disaster. How the fuck could this be? Someone tell me. You can see Mandela affected. Oh no, where did that go? Mandela affected. Oh no. I said we going Mandela affected. Oh.
Mr. Steve Lee and Ryan, and hello Doug, hello Jennifer. We play another song. My grandson is still up because he's just being stubborn, but we're gonna try to make this happen. This show. Come on, you're not coming in here. I am live on the show. Please. No. No.
It looks fake. All of the skies outside are covered in goo. Smoking a big tube, watching the YouTube. Time to go in now, but what can he do? Staley's going live again, Centerville.
What's going on?
Searching for truth, making calls. Something wrong with his brain, cause he knows we don't live on the ball. Chatting and ranting about the moon landing. Unity strikes and hate speech on YouTube. But he's such a cutie when he shakes his booty. Says Neil deGrasse and Bill Nye take the loop. Stavely's live tonight in Centralville. No one even knows that's now what it's called. All of his sons know he's not gay or insane, but they know he's got something for Paul.
All right, all right, all right. Let's see. Mojo Shop in the house. Hey neighbor. Hey neighbor. Hey flat accord music. Boston Ray. Hey hey hey. I didn't see if anybody was live before I went live. As you can see up here at the top, probably I have a bunch of windows open. So I've been for the last hour opening windows, getting ready for the show. Anyway, um, let's see here. Hopefully you can hear and see everything okay. Shouldn't be a problem. Um, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and get. Oh, look there! I got one open. Um, okay, all right. I guess that's a sign. We can do that. We'll go over here to Eugene Green's. I want to show you Eugene Green's new video.
By artificial intelligence.
Of course, he thinks that you know we're in a simulation, but he does talk about a higher power too. So I don't know. Maybe maybe he is leaning towards there could be a it could be a simulation with the higher power. With our creator still at control of it, in control of it. But anyway.
All artificial intelligence living in a program simulation controlled by a super advanced higher intelligence, which was already the best explanation of how the Mandela Effect is achieved in the first place. Yes!
See, he thinks it's got it figured out. He's the only one of us that he's not even really one of us, but he's the only Mandela Effect researcher that says he's got it figured out. We're not going to go out there and say that. I mean, we'd love to know the mechanics of it and every answer of it, but chances are we're not going to know that anytime soon, or whatever. But anyway, this is just the intro of this video here. Every video.
Hello, Mandelians. The movie we are going to discuss today is one I think everyone is familiar with. But I have a side note for you first, because I've been watching this YouTube channel called Crazy's Lab, and you're not going to find the truth being spoken about the Mandela Effect like this just anywhere. It's rare. So I wanted to recommend this channel to you. Okay, maybe you've heard about the changes.
I forgot to look at that channel. Crazy Labs. We'll have to check that out.
This next movie. Well, now you know why. It's a message movie. Let's take a close look at Back to the Future. Christopher Lloyd was born...
Okay, I'm pretty shocked that Eugene didn't catch the J.C. Penney building and say something about that, because he's so quick to call, to point out every single thing that's Mandela affected in all these movies, and he doesn't even mention J.C. Penney, which I have quite a bit of residue tonight for too. So here it is, the Mandela affected J.C. Penney with the E there. But anyway, I was a little surprised he didn't say nothing about that.
For this mad scientist role. His character, Doc Brown, makes a time machine out of a DeLorean automobile. He attributes his choice of vehicle to the need to be stylish. But his hair is somehow just fine. The movie is set in 1985, and the main character is Marty McFly, a high schooler played by Michael J. Fox. A theme quickly emerges in this movie. Things suck. Plutonium is stolen from the government by terrorists, and according to the news, the feds are lying to cover up their gross lapse in security. They are attributing the report of missing plutonium to a clerical error. Marty is late for school and gets his fourth tardy slip. The principal puts...
Let me see if I can get the volume up more. Oh, I know I can on over here. All right, so the volume's all the way up now on the sharing part and on here too. So it's up 100 everywhere. So if it's not loud enough, then I'm sorry.
His hands on Marty and gets in his face. He insults Marty and even insults Marty's dad, George McFly. Speaking of George McFly, he has this jerk coworker named Biff, and Biff has been bullying George since childhood. Biff borrows George's car, wrecks it, and says it's George's fault because the car has a blind spot. Biff comes to the McFly home with the wrecked car in tow and proceeds to disrespect George, Marty, and even the mom. On his way out, Biff grabs a cold one from the fridge and complains that it is light beer. Marty's dad, George, just takes it like always. Marty and his band.
He doesn't say anything about the guitars in the movie neither being Mandela affected.
The Pinheads are auditioning to play at the school dance. They are rejected. You know what? This band's called the Pinheads. Pinhead is a Mandela effect, isn't he? I'm talking about the character Pinhead from Hellraiser. Where were we? Everything
I didn't even know
sucked.
about that
Marty's mom is an uptight prude, and his uncle Joey is in prison. Joey was up for parole and got denied. Things hit rock bottom when Marty's friend, Doc Brown, is shot by terrorists. At least Marty's girlfriend loves him. Marty accidentally goes back.
He didn't even mention the van, the Mandela affected van. I'm kind of surprised about that too.
Back in time in Doc Brown's DeLorean and interacts with his parents. It should have been an amazing experience, but it seems Marty's presence in 1955 is having a deleterious effect. Looking at a family photograph he so conveniently brought with him from the future, he sees that his brother is being erased. Erased from existence, the 1955 Doc Brown says. To counter this, Marty has to play matchmaker for his parents. If he fails, his future is history. Things definitely don't go as planned, but his parents hook up, and it seems like it is okay to go back to the future. When he gets back home in 1985, things aren't the same. They're much better. His house is beautiful, and his parents have money. His dad has style, his mom is no longer an uptight nag. He has his dream truck sitting in the garage, and his dad is giving orders instead of taking them. Marty even prevented Doc Brown's death. When Marty changed the past, he fixed the future. How does this relate to us and to the Mandela effect? Well, let me tell you, because it totally does. Our higher being is telling us the earth is in its 11th hour. He doesn't like all the misery and evil that plagues humanity.
Okay, just real quick there, that 11th hour, apparently we're going into the 11th, I forget how you say that, but cycle, which is important. So anyway.
He's going to change the past to fix the future, and it has nothing to do with time travel. If we can't pull out of our nosedive, I believe we're going to be replaced with a whole new world. The past is going to be changed because it is going to be wiped clean. In the movie AI, Artificial Intelligence, the creator calls his creation's life a test. In Blade Runner, the creator calls his creation an experiment. If these conclusions of mine seem like a leap, just know that I am going to show you many more examples of how the Mandela effect has been highlighting these concepts I'm talking about. I'm going to show you how our higher being is telling us that he is going to break the whole world. Just like the new future in this movie we are examining, the plan is for Earth to be a better place. Maybe there won't be so much rape, murder, hate, and cruelty. That's how all of this seems to fit together. It's not good news, I know. But this is the big picture these messages and meanings paint. Our higher being can do anything. Why he doesn't just morph us into the people he wants us to be, I do not know. Maybe it's like the scenario we see in AI, artificial intelligence.
Does Mr. Green really not know that we have free will? See, that's the thing. I guess he just, because he thinks we're in a simulation, he doesn't understand that we have a soul and we have free will, and the creator's not going to just hive mind us like the elite want to do and to control us. What fun would that be?
In that movie, the man who created the robotic AI child didn't intervene in his life. The goal was for the Robo-Boy to be a true simulation of what it means to be human. The Robo-Boy was self-guided as he pursued the deepest desire of his heart. For artificial intelligence, this was a breakthrough. Maybe our higher being's design goal for us was that we evolve on our own into something more than what we are now.
Well, that's for sure. Anyway, that was Eugene Green. How I Figured Out the Mandela Effect, number 36. Anyway, let's see what's going on over here. All right, so let's see what y'all are talking about here. Good to see y'all, by the way. Okay, so here we go. I put in Berenstain Bears in the Internet Archive, the Wayback Machine. Me and Brian both love using this site for residue finding. And I just wanted to show you, I'm not going to click on all these, though I do have some I clicked on other, anyway. Look how many Berenstain Bears there are. All of these are different articles, books, and whatnot. And I guess some of them we will be looking at, but Berenstain, on and on and on it goes. So, the Berenstain Bears is a huge one. It's usually everybody's first one or whatever. But, it definitely has a lot of residue, and, and it has a unique a thing attached to it, separate memory, where pretty much everyone remembers not knowing how to pronounce it, whether it was Stein or Steen. And so if it had been Stain for us, we wouldn't have had any problem pronouncing Berenstain. You can only pretty much say that one way, Stain. But if it's Steen or Stein, when you're young, you don't know how to say Steen or Stein. You certainly, or you wouldn't be able to, see it and know it. Anyway, but yeah, it definitely did not have an A. So, with that said, moving on. Now, this is from this month, Jimmy Kimmel Live, and he's a chump, just like the rest of them chumps on TV. Anyway, but if you see here, see. Berenstain, okay, it says the list is bigly, including the very hungry Etterpiller. Okay, so he's trying to be funny here. He's making fun of books, but he says the very angry Etterpiller, which is caterpillar. Then the Berenstain Bears silence a hooker. How the Grinch stole 11,779 votes in Georgia. Oh my goodness. Okay, so you get what he's trying to do there. So anyway, so whoever put this in here, because this is supposed to be a transcript of what he says word for word in here. But if you play it, he says Berenstain. So Jimmy Kimmel has taken the update and he says Berenstain instead of Berenstain, which is written right here. But like I said, he wasn't the one that put the transcripts in. But yeah. Anyway. And yeah. Moving on. Right here. This is from last month, May 30th. And she brings up the very hungry caterpillar. Now that's pretty weird. Two of them in a row here. 2 months in a row. Let's see if we can get it going.
This is the location of the library. And we call that man a genius for a reason. When I found the branch a block away from my elementary school one day, the fog and confusion dissipated, and my world opened up again. I was no longer alone. The library could not restore my life in China, give me back my family and friends, but it did supply new companions. Clifford, the big red dog, the very hungry caterpillar, the Berenstain Bears, Amelia Bedelia, the Berenstain Bears, the very hungry caterpillar, the Berenstain bears, Amelia, Bedelia, and soon.
There you go, Berenstain, and she's not even American. I mean, she's Asian or whatever. No problem saying Berenstain Bears and remembering it too. Imagine that. All right, here we have, but in terms of communicating and to what extent, but the Berenstain Bears, or it says Berenstain Bears books, the father would always do something wrong. That's the way he would educate his family. Okay.
Cousteau, who's an oceanographer, Siddhartha Mukherjee, and Atul Gawande, who are physicians. So now to sort of get to sort of the meat here is in terms of communicating science to the public. I'm just going to go through a number of stories that to some extent I experienced. I don't know if you remember the Berenstain Bears book. Remember the Berenstain?
Okay, so he said stain also, but yet down here it says Berenstain Bears, or beers right there, but bears. So let's just check that and make sure he says stain. I think he's saying stain.
Remember the Berenstain Bears, sort of these anthropomorphized grizzly bears, where the father would always do something. Sort of these anthropomorphized bears book. Remember the Berenstain Bears, sort of these anthropomorphized.
Okay. Anyway, so we have both there then. I can't believe my grandson is still awake. All right, here we have. Okay, so we got a Christopher Reeves. Some Christopher Reeves residue.
Naomi T. Lim, you can follow her there. Thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
C-SPAN's live coverage of the Republican National Convention continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with Vice President Mike Pence, Second Lady Karen Pence, and Counselor to President Trump, Kellyanne Conway. Watch live on C-SPAN. Listen with the C-SPAN radio app. Live streaming and on demand at cspan.org/RNC. Also, our email newsletter, Word for Word, offers a synopsis of the day's key events. Sign up at cspan.org/connect. And before the convention's evening session, watch C-SPAN at 6 p.m. Eastern for past convention speeches by actors, including Christopher Reeves, Angie Harmon, speeches by actors, including Christopher Reeves, Angie Harmon.
Clearly, Christopher Reeves. So it matches. Clearly, he said Reeves, and it says Reeves there. All right. Now this one says George Reeves and Christopher Reeves, because you had two Reeves in a row, if you didn't know that played Superman, George Reeves, and then Christopher Reeves. I wonder how we got that mixed up in there. But anyway, now we're back to Berenstain. I thought I had more Berenstain stuff. All right, so here you go. This is in a book called Family Talks for Natives Americans, the Leader's Guide, listening to and talking with Indian children about sexuality from 1986. And they recommend a book from Jan and Stan Berenstain, How to Talk to Your Children About Sex Without Making a Fool of Yourself, from 1970. Imagine that. Berenstain. All right, here we have something in like French or Spanish. Looks like French, maybe. I don't know. Maybe Italian. Okay, so some magazine here. It's got the Berenstain Bears. Whoops. Right there, Berenstain, not Berenstain. And Jan and Stan, Berenstain. Berenstain Bears, not Berenstain. Right on the back of here too, Berenstain. All right, some books for children from Everyday Mathematics from 2004, University of Chicago School Mathematics Project. And they recommend Berenstain, Bears on Wheels from Stan and Janice Berenstain, not Stain. Boys, a lot of books that have it in there. A lot of editors that miss that if it was always Stain. The Berenstain Bears. This is a book here teaching advanced skills to at-risk children or students. Views from research and practice from 91. And they recommend the Berenstain Bears. Too much junk food. Berenstain. No stain. And why is Brian Stavely calling me? Hello? What? Oh. Oh my God. All right, thanks, man. Brian says I'm not screen sharing. Why am I not screen sharing? It's on screen share. What the hell? I don't understand. I mean, I'm on screen share. I can stop it and try to go again. But I mean, what the hell? This is ridiculous. All right, let me know now if I'm sharing. I'll look at the thing, see if you can see it now, the Berenstain. That's weird. I mean, you saw I was still screen sharing. It isn't like I just stopped screen sharing. I don't know what the hell happened there, but let me know now if you can see the Berenstain or any of these. Yeah. I'll wait a minute. Thanks for calling me, Brian. Who knows what did that? I mean, hopefully you can see it now. I don't understand what happened, but can you see it? Your screen sharing. What? Hold on. Let's see. So you probably have to do a full screen share, not just a window. What are you talking about? I'm doing it just like I always do. Look. All right. Screen share. Entire screen. That's what I'm doing is entire screen. I never do anything but entire screen. I don't do window or Chrome tab. And I click the share system audio. I hope you're not just fucking with me. Do I have to go look at the show and see if I can see it myself? Let me see. Let me mute myself so I can play it. How long have I been muted? Good grief, man. Look, I'm a little frustrated anyway because my grandson is still up. Though I think maybe he's asleep now because he hasn't come to the door in a few. I don't even know why I would have muted. Oh my god. So now I hit the mute button. Yeah, this is nuts. It's one doom thing after another. Like, why would I hit the mute button after just fixing the other problem? When did I hit the mute button? This is ridiculous. I've been doing the show. I didn't hit the damn mute button. Oh my god. How the hell did I hit the mute button when I'm just showing y'all all this shit? This is not cool. Okay. Well, I guess I'm back. So I don't blame you if you don't just tune out then. See, I'm telling you, whew, you're lucky I'm even on here because normally I just go and put my grandson to bed. And tonight I went ahead and went live with him still up. And, he normally will fight me for a couple hours. So it's like 2 a.m. Last night it was 2 a.m. before he finally fell asleep. And by that time, I didn't want to get up and go live or join a show, and that's the way it's been for a week or so now of he refusing to take a nap during the day. And then he fights me at night to go to sleep. And it's like, oh my God, the terrible twos are set in. I love him to death, but he is definitely being a handful at the moment, and it is probably affecting me more than I wish. But got to do what you got to do. I didn't hit the mute button. I'm sticking with it. Accidentally muted or something, whatever. But I didn't have any reason to mute. I don't know where we're at neither. Let's see. There's so many books. I'm just going to flip through here because there's just so many books with Berenstain, not Stain. It's unbelievable, folks. These are books, hardback books, and none of them have Berenstain because they remember, like we do, Berenstain. Another one. Stan and Jan Berenstain. I'm just going to flip through them fast now and make sure I'm not muted. Hey, I'm still screen sharing and I'm not muted. Oh my God. Yeah, it's hard to find where you're going though. Back to, all right. Berenstain. All these are Berenstain. I had about 20 of them. Berenstain, Stan and Jan Berenstain. Right here, 2005 in review. This is in quadrangle, whatever. Quadrangle. Okay. 2006. It's a student yearbook, it says. I don't know. Anyway, it was showing the 2005 in review, and you've got none other than celebrity death. Stan Berenstain died in 2005. Yes, he did. And Janice Berenstain, she died in 2012. And Mike Berenstain, who's a chump and a liar, is still alive. Anyway, their son. But there you go, just Stan Berenstain, not Stain. And it just goes on and on. Berenstain Bears Play Ball by Stan and Jan Berenstain. Elementary school lesson plans. How to be a successful cartoonist from 1996. Stan and Jan Berenstain. Reading Lives, Working Class Children and Literacy Learning from 2002. Berenstain Bears. Not Stain. Your 2-year-old, terrible or tender? Just talking about terrible 2-year-old. Oh, gosh. Okay. And maybe I need to get him some Berenstain Bears. Too bad I can't because it's only Berenstain now. All right. There you go. Berenstain, Jan Stan and Jan. Inside, Outside, Upside Down, New York. That's the name of the book. Inside, Outside, Upside Down. Yeah, we're in a upside down world. Inside out, upside down, whatever. Yeah, ass backward. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Berenstain Bears show. That was television criticism, approaches, and applications. So that's not even the book. That's the show. Because they had the show, too. Oh, I hate when I do that. Hang on. Okay. Got to hit this, slide over, and go up. And you can see Berenstain Bears, not Stain. All right. And it was other places, too, I believe. But that's all right. This is practical parenting, a Jewish perspective from 1997. Because they were Jew bears, No, go back. Berenstain, Stan and Jan, the Berenstain Bears go to school. More Berenstain. Goodness gracious. Berenstain Bears in a newspaper. Save the bees. Berenstain Bears save the bees. All right, and I think I noticed something else on this one. Let me see. Yes. You got to see this one. So this is the same newspaper. We've got two sets of Mandela Effect Residue. I shared this one on Instagram today. I saw that Stouffer, so I was like, I hope it's Stouffer's stovetop, but it wasn't. But anyway, Oscar Meyer Lunchables. Yeah, Oscar Meyer Lunchables. Oscar Meyer, like we remember, not Oscar John Mayer Lunchables or John Mayer Wieners. This is a big one, man. Oscar John Mayer Wieners. Is that what you eat? Or Oscar Meyer, like we remember. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why I saved that one, but that is just some local newspapers. Okay, back to Berenstain, of course, because there's so much of it. Berenstain Bear Books. This is The Killing Bee. The book is called The Killing Bee, a Jacob Burns Mystery, 2002. And there you go. It's got Harry Potter in there, too. All right. He didn't say Harry Smotter. No. Because it's Harry Potter. And he said Berenstain because that's what it was. All right. So now, speaking of J.C. Penney earlier, when I showed you the Eugene Green video, now we have books with J.C. Penney in it. The Aquino Management of the Presidency, Her People's Embassy, whatever, 1992 to 06. And it says, in Dallas by more than 2,000 Filipinos and Americans at J.C. Penney, one of the largest retail department store chains in North America. J.C. Penney without the E, extra E. Later at a dinner hosted by J.C. Penney, there you go, without the extra E. This is a Star Wars collector action figure price guide from 1998. Now, I don't see C-3PO, but I do see J.C. Penney. And see here, electronic Darth Vader and Obi-Wan available at J.C. Penney in the catalog. Over here, J.C. Penney catalog. Some of them are Target, some of them are Walmart. FOA Schwartz. It doesn't have the T in there. Sorry, Brian. But anyway, J.C. Penney. There you go. Without the extra E. Romulus Roman December 2006. This is obviously a magazine or newspaper. And when you zoom in, you find, whoops, hold on. Right here. You $50 gift certificate to Sears, $25 to J.C. Penney without the extra E. There you go. Down here, $25 gift certificate to J.C. Penney. This is What's Your BQ? Learn how 35 companies add customers, subtract competitors, and multiply profits. And I'm still screen sharing. What do you know? Imagine that. Okay. And I guess I'm not muted either. All right. Let's see what we got here. This book has J.C. Penney in it a couple times here. Fabrizio got his first break when he convinced J.C. Penney to give him a national contract to clean their service bays. The people at J.C. Penney started to realize a cleaner's potential, blah, blah, blah. J.C. Penney agreed to carry the product in their stores in 1985. J.C. Penney without the extra E. All right. And we have the J.C. Penney Golden Rule Award and info, 1990. J.C. Penney without the extra E. This is the University of Kansas, and it's Kenneth Spencer Research Library Archival Collections, KU, University of Kansas. J.C. Penney without the extra E. You gotta love it. All right. Here's a book called Our Priceless. Let's see. Volunteer Happenings is the name of this book. And right here, the Golden Rule Award by J.C. Penney. Let me see if I can get this one blown up. There it is. This is very official here. Okay, the Golden Rule Award program was established in 1982 by J.C. Penney to recognize volunteers in American communities. J.C. Penney without the extra E. J.C. Penney created the Golden Rule Award to recognize special volunteers and encourage their work. The program publicity acknowledges efforts of local volunteers and organizations. J.C. Penney. Yep. And that is the store, too. It is. See there, J.C. Penney honors volunteers too, right there without the extra E as well. There you go. But we don't have nothing. All right, here we go. In 1990 press photo, Kimberly Wilson won the J.C. Penney Golden Rule Award. Okay, that one has the extra E in it, but when you look on the back of the picture, okay, that's just somebody describing it. That's just, describing the picture. But when you look on the back of the picture, okay, it says Kimberly Wilson, J.C. Penney without the extra E, Gold Rule Award winner. There you go. Let me blow that up for you because I don't want you to think I'm just lying or something. Oops. Right there, J.C. Penney. I'll even go farther for you. Oh, go up. All right, there's, whoa. Okay, that's real big. Okay, yeah, so it's over here now, but there you go, J.C. Penney. Printed on there, 4/4/1990. All right. Here we have the politics of the G word, a worldwide, I'll say, instead of the G word, supply chains, power, and governance beyond the state from 1976. It says it is. J.C. Penney says Walmart, Sears, Kmart, Target, and J.C. Penney without the extra E, and more recently also brands such as Levi's and Gap. Okay. J.C. Penney here, 1990, East Windsor Court High Yearbook Archive, the Yearbook Archive. Riza Balula, whatever, has just been voted top saleswoman at the J.C. Penney store, without the extra E. There you go. All right, this is 2000, something from 2000. Yearbooks. Yep, yearbook again. Okay, J.C. Penney, Quells, David's Bridal, J.C. Penney, again without the extra E. There you go, J.C. Penney. J.C. Penney corporate headquarters, no extra E. J.C. Penney corporate headquarters, no extra E again. Having no more granted authority than J.C. Penney or Sears to run your life. J.C. Penney, no extra E. Here we have 9/11 Occult Symbolism Complete Version Part 1 of 16. And it has J.C. Penney logo with the extra E, but the person who made this remembered J.C. Penney without the E and has it right there underneath it. They also remember Home Depot, not the Home Depot, because they wrote just Home Depot. Imagine that. The confessions that Merck Pharma created the spread of AIDS from 2015. Right here. It says he hoped he might qualify as a management trainee for the local JCPenney store without the E. Okay. And this is some like Asian, Chinese, I think, book, but it clearly has JCPenney in it without the E. And down here, JCPenney, JCPenney. Quantum cheap. Imagine that. Quantum. The price of a bargain. The quest for cheap and the death of the G word. All right. And then we have, like I said, chapter 2, Quantum Cheap. The fall and rise of Walmart. You got Macy's, Sears, JCPenney, Target, Nordstrom's. JCPenney without the extra E. All right. We have City Baby, the ultimate guide for New York City parents from pregnancy to preschool, 2003. They recommend you shop at JCPenney. They got Disney Store, FOA Schwartz, KB Toys, Kids Foot Locker, so on, so on, so on. Up here, JCPenney. Without the extra E. A lot of good memories out there. Instant graphics, source and remix images for professional design. 2007. Commercial clip art. Says, I collect mostly old catalogs like Sears, Montgomery Ward, or J.C. Penney, without the extra E. Grief, a lot of J.C. Penney, man. Ooh, we got the Nasty Pope. Galaxy Magazine from India. Target, Macy's, General Mills, Starbucks, P&G, which is Procter and Gamble, which we know is Mandela Effect. J.C. Penney without the E, like we know it. Levi's and countless others came out in support of LGBT equality. Imagine that. Boston, The Communicator by Indiana Purdue student newspapers from 2007 says police in Boston digital activism mistake LED display Play-Doh for bomb. Imagine that. Okay, that was two different articles, I guess. Sorry. Digital activism. How do you use your computer to change the world? How do you use your supercomputer to change the world? Just kidding. All right, this is from 2007. It says Gateway Lands End, J.C. Penney, talking about stores, and hundreds of other stores. All right, J.C. Penney. Oops. There you go, without the extra E. Here we have DNR at 1989, June 29th, yesterday in 1989. Textiles and fabrics, some kind of thing. DNR Marketplace, yeah. Before Facebook. Way before it. Okay. Says Kmart, Sears, J.C. Penney, Walmart, etc. Without the extra E, clearly. Boom, there you go. All right, this is just where I put the search in. J.C. Penney, see there? J.C. Penney in this Wayback Machine, and you see how many there are? Over 1,000. Over 1,000 J.C. Penney without the extra E. J.C. Penney, Penny, all these, every single one of them without the E. All of these videos. All right. Articles, video articles, news reports. Remember J.C. Penney without the extra E. The Feedback Zone is this is a parody of The Twilight Zone, written by Corey Miller, stars Corey Miller as Rod Sterling. Sterling, not Serling. There you go. Just have to trust me. That's what it says. Sterling with a T. See. And I put Rod Sterling in by itself, and there was 809 results. All these different articles and what books and whatnot. Rod Sterling, all the way down. Sterling, Rod Sterling, not Serling. I don't know why that's there. Okay, so this is from 2016. It's called Berenstain or Berenstain, The Mandela Effect. It's got 133,000 views. Pretty cool. I looked through here. I didn't see anybody that we know that commented on here, but we'll just check this out real quick because it's only 4 minutes long. Let me check on y'all real quick. All right. Everything okay? Yeah. Looks like it. All right. We're live still. Okay.
From UFOs to psychic powers and government conspiracies, history is riddled with unexplained events. You can turn back now, or learn the stuff they don't want you to know. Here are the facts. In 1962, Stan and Jan Berenstain released a children's book called The Big Honey Hunt. It was the first book in the Berenstain Bears series, a franchise that would grow to include more than 300 titles, 2 television shows, toys, accessories, and more. In December of 2013, legendary social activist and former South African President Nelson Mandela died of a respiratory infection in his home in Johannesburg. At least, that's what the history books say. So why do so many people think it's not correct? Why do so many people believe history is being changed? Here's where it gets crazy. The concept of changing history is more common than you might think at first. It's called the Mandela Effect, coined by author Fiona Broome based on a conversation she had with fellow authors in 2005. The group was convinced that they remembered Nelson Mandela dying in prison rather than at his home. This inspired Broome and...
Okay, so isn't it something that it started with her remembering Nelson Mandela dying? Okay, and that's what her friend, I guess they might have been friends at first. Starfire Tour, the scientist, she says she put that lie out there that she started the rumor that he died in prison. After polling a bunch of people, and they said no, and nobody said they remembered him dying in prison. So she put the lie out there. This is what she says. I'm not saying whatever, but anyway. And then the people latched onto her lie, and she repolled people, and now people would say, yeah, we remember him dying in prison, after she had put the lie out there and pushed it all around, on coast to coast and everywhere else. Anyway, I don't know. It's just funny that's the way it. And she doesn't like Fiona Broome neither. Starfire Tour, and she was mad at both her and Art Bell for not playing along with her little thing the way that she wanted them to with the Nelson Mandela lie.
Like-minded people to investigate other seemingly misplaced memories. More examples came to light, such as the spelling of Berenstain Bears. According to numerous people, the original name of the franchise was Berenstain with an E-I-N rather than Berenstain with an A-I-N. To some, this indicates that people are encountering memories from different timelines. Think of this as a kind of multiversal recollection, a memory from a different universe or reality. Other examples include the number of U.S. states, the position of South Pacific Islands, or the chronology of notable events. It's important to note that Broome herself does not claim to know the cause for this alleged phenomenon. It's also crucial to note the most likely cause for this perspective. People believe their memories are much more static and reliable than they actually are. Consider the nature of how memories form. Proteins cause your brain to create new synaptic connections between neurons. A memory does not exist within a single brain cell. Instead, it exists within these various connections. And every time we revisit a memory, we change it. We are...
Okay, we've heard that plenty of times. Blah, blah, blah. From plenty of sources. All right, let me click off of that one, actually. All right, this is Don't Be Ridiculous. It was always spelled Berenstain Bears, says the son of the series creator. So, of course, Mike Berenstain has gone on record to say, not only does he say all the Berenstain books were knockoffs, but he says, that, let's see. Okay, yeah. He says, of course, he says his dad was ridiculed in school, and she kept changing. And let's see, a teacher changing it to was changing it to Berenstain. See, that's just I don't even buy that story at all. Um, and then you've got some people that say they changed it to Berenstain to sell more books and be less Jewish or whatever, you know. But it does. None of this stuff matters because we all have a too clear, vivid memory of it being Berenstain books. You know, Berenstain Bears, never Berenstain. So how the hell did we come up with that? Uh, and have the same memory of the spelling of it as far as the A or the E and I and you know Stein or Steen. You know, I mean, it's just unbelievable. Oh boy. So and he says, let's see. He says, okay, so people believe some really weird things. This is Mike Berenstain saying this. Of course, he's Mike Berenstain. He was. The question I come up with is, well, does this include my grandparents? And when I looked up his grandparents, his grandfather, uh, his last name is Berenstain. So his freaking grandfather is a Berenstain, and he's talking about. So he says, "Well, does this include my grandparents' birth certificates and things?" Well, he was a Berenstain, so you know that's all. That's what I know is his name is still Berenstain. Okay, his grandfather. Did the name change on them? Uh, I guess it didn't. On my father's draft records from World War II, did it get changed there too? I mean, what happened here? Does my birth certificate with the name with an A magically get changed in some alternate reality? And he says no. But yes. So, or whatever. But so, how did the Berenstain name come to be? Your website mentions that the spelling was an immigration officer's attempt to phonetically spelling an scented version of the traditional Jewish name Bernstein, whatever the fuck that means. All right, my grandparents were Ukrainian Jews who immigrated to the U.S. in the late 19th century, fleeing the pogroms and persecution of the Jews in Ukraine at that time, and they pronounced the name with Slavic colored pronunciation. They pronounced it something like Bern Sheen. I don't even know. It says Bernenseytn. So no A in there anyway, period. The family tradition was that Berenstain was an attempt to spell that particular pronunciation of the name. That's so stupid. Oh my goodness. Anyway, you know, he's just almost as bad as Sinbad, with his explanations of all this. But this guy, Mike Berenstain, he woke up one morning and was Berenstain. It was, you know, he was Berenstain just like his parents and like his grandfather still is. You know, so I don't know. What else to say on that one? Okay, we watched that Eugene Green video, his last one. Oscar Meyer wienermobile stops by South Milwaukee Walmart. That's from 8 days ago. It says Oscar Meyer, the way We remember, Meyer, wienermobile. And it's almost like every time you find a wienermobile article, they get it right. They say Oscar Meyer with Meyer. You see it right there. And it's in the URL up here too, in the link. Oscar Meyer, Meyer, and in the title. Boom. Yep. And that's CBS 58. That's CBS network. Oh, yeah. Oh. A patriotic peanut butter cake. Sounds good. Okay. Dad grilling fat, juicy burgers and Oscar Mayer hot dogs. Meyer hot dogs. Thank you very much. That was from 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Oscar Mayer, correctly spelled. Sorry, I didn't open them all because there was just so many of them. Oklahoma Gazette. I'm just going to hit my F3 on this one. All right, there. Right in the thing. I didn't even have to go far, did I? Whoever would have thought an electric vehicle company whose prototype looked like a smaller, boring version of the Oscar Mayer wienermobile would have trouble getting off the ground. Well, there you go. Right in the title. And in the URL up there, too. Oscar Mayer. Gotta love it. That was from this month, too. This guy passed away 5 days ago, 6 days ago. And he worked he was employed at Oscar Mayer. Oscar Mayer. And then some other places, but he worked at Oscar Mayer with an Meyer. Imagine that. R.I.P. Larry J. Bowden. He didn't work at Oscar Mayer. Oscar John Mayer. Eminem wants to turn M&Ms, or Mars wants to turn M&Ms into NFTs. And it says the news comes weeks after Kraft Foods filed a number of trademark applications for a range of digital assets for 7 of its food brands, including Kraft, Jell-O, Kool-Aid, Velveeta, Lunchables, Oscar Mayer with the Meyer, and Philadelphia. Right there, Oscar Mayer. The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. And it says, then Diana is Jennifer Jason Leigh, and she dresses up like a pound of Oscar Mayer naturally hardwood smoked from the Stop and Shop butcher section. It's insane. Oscar Mayer with the Meyer. There you go. And that was from 8 days ago. some fresh residue for you guys. Wait, are hot dogs and bologna the same thing? Okay, but to someone from Bologna, that's Italy, saying my Oscar Mayer hot dog is the same thing as artisanally crafted bologna that's been crafted in their family for 1,000 years, I think they'd probably take some umbrage against that. Umbrage. Oscar Mayer with the Meyer hot dog. There you go. That was from Monday at 1:30. Oh my goodness. 2 more. All right, we have open letter to people who decide to do this at Wegmans, whatever that means. I guess that's the store, Wegmans. Okay, looky. 1929, Oscar Mayer, Meyer, invents first branded meat. Oscar Mayer created its signature yellow band in 1929, making its products the first branded meat available on the market. The label is still used on the company's packaging today. Okay, look at this. Oscar Mayer's bacon. That's been Mandela affected, obviously. I mean, that's just ridiculous. So you got Mayer's up here, but you got Oscar Mayer, like we know it right here in the title in the article. But the picture is showing their truck saying it's Oscar Mayer's bacon. Imagine that. All right. Was that the last one? I can't even remember. We'll go see. "10 amazing New York State neighborhoods you must not miss." Imagine that. Walk these 10 upstate neighborhoods and discover fun and history. GE Realty plot, whatever the heck that means, in Seneca. Well, I don't even know how to say that word. All right, Lake George, Lake Street, Cooperstown, Chacatacawa Institution, whatever that is. Saranac Lake, Cure Porch neighborhood. Stonehouse neighborhood of Hurley, New York. Cornhill, Rochester. Graffordistic, Corning. A lot of Corning going on. Cornell Heights, Ithaca. The Rondout, Kingston. Man. Okay, here we go. Yummies. New York's Sandwich Hall of Fame welcomes 13 classics. And this is what we were looking for here. Hot dog. It says Coney Island of Pushmar carts on Lower East Side, the gourmet hot dogs with just about every imaginable topping of the Oscar Mayer wienermobile, bam, with Meyer wienermobile of the hot dog eating championships. So there you go, another one. Oh man, but we don't have any residue. No, we don't have nothing. Let's see. We're gonna Oops. I think I already got that out. Let me see. Yeah. No, I didn't. Okay.
Welcome to Half Hour Rap Song. I'm Brendan Long, a Grammy-nominated hip-hop producer and television composer, and I moonlight as an EDM DJ.
And I'm James Kirkland. I'm an improv comedian, a Super Bowl commercial actor, and a basketball mystery novelist.
Together we meet weekly for a conversation about random things. Following this conversation, we will have 30 minutes to create, record, and perform a brand new rap song about the things that we just talked about.
You're listening to Half Hour Rap Song.
Get ready.
Yeah. Last episode we were talking about how dinosaurs don't exist, and that was
Currently or ever?
Well, we had an
Great point. Great question.
We had an interesting position on it, and it was really just that, like, I think those original dinosaurs that they came out with, those are legit.
Okay. The last dinosaur video.
Yeah.
Getting jack kangaroos?
Yeah.
Kangaroos jacked.
Just trying to get to the Mandela Effect part.
Yeah.
Wish.
Mandela.
Mandela Effect. Oh, yeah.
Wherever did I slide in?
Oh, that's a good.
Sideways.
That's a good controversial thing to talk about because people don't talk about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I have opinions, certainly.
What do you think? What do you think?
I think that
have you been Mandela affected?
For sure. There's some that I'm like, Berenstain bears, get out of here. I read those. They were Berenstain.
Yeah.
But then I think also sometimes people just forget things and try to use a multiverse explanation for feeling stupid.
Right. For just misremembering.
Yeah.
Like there's like some cereal ones. I was like, oh, but those cereals you could definitely misremember.
Yeah, like the one about the Raisin Bran
Yeah.
son wearing sunglasses.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. What is that? They say that the Raisin Bran son had sunglasses.
People had memories of, and actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that is the way I remember.
I can picture him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the Raisin Bran 2 scoops.
Yeah, he's got sunglasses on.
Yeah, you guys.
Apparently not in this
Never,
version of
never,
it.
never
We
in
all
this
sort of
reality.
side slid into a version where, which doesn't also. It's weird that he, the son, would need protection from himself.
Yeah, logically it doesn't make sense unless he's looking in the mirror.
If anything, it would be bouncing more UV rays back into
Yeah.
his off of the inside.
But he never had them. He never had the
But apparently, in our reality, or whatever, after 9/11, or whenever CERN
Yeah,
did
the
that,
post 9/11 canonical
yeah.
This is
version.
when it shifted. The
That's what
sunglasses
some people
came off.
say.
Berenstain with the Berenstain.
Now, the Jaws one is crazy. The Jaws one is legit. That's the one. That's the only one that I'm like.
What's that? I don't know that one.
Well, from James Bond, right?
Uh-huh.
Character Jaws, who was the large henchman who was trying to kill James Bond. He had metal teeth.
Yeah.
You know, played by I think Richard Kiel is the actor's name.
Okay.
He's this giant, huge guy, like 7 feet tall,
With metal teeth.
with metal teeth, and he was called Jaws. And he was always biting things and trying to kill James Bond. He's in a couple of movies in the 70s. And then in I believe Moonraker, they're like floating in space, and there's a Russian cosmonaut ship. And like Jaws and her like lock eyes, and then she smiles, and then in my memory she has braces, right? And then Jaws falls and her fall in love, and that's the reason that they fall in love because she has braces.
metal teeth
And
as
that was
well.
like I was
No one
they have a reason.
understands that term.
Yeah, they have something in common. But in our reality, no braces.
No braces.
Never had braces.
Do you
And
think
it doesn't make any sense. But the plot is the same. They
has a
smile and they
beautiful
fall in
smile. I
love,
definitely
and she
have a
just has a
memory
beautiful
of
smile. Yeah.
I have a memory of the braces. That was like the whole joke.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that there's some sort of like Invisalign coming in and George Lucasing the
Yeah.
original cut? Just to fight.
That's the only like rational explanation of what you're talking about, timeline jumping or different dimensions.
It might be timeline jumping too.
It might be a cosmic George Lucas who's coming in and editing shit. When he's like just never satisfied.
Isn't that just gaslighting though? Isn't that
he just wants more blinking. He wanted the monkeys to blink more.
I like that there's
he needed the slug tail on Jabba.
There's the clockmaker god, there's sort of like the
George Lucas god.
and then there's the George the constantly retinkering. Well, I don't know. You know,
actually
take the sunglasses off. They don't make sense. The more I think about
No,
it,
it's been
they were
bugging
never
me.
on there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not it's eliminated small versions.
It was Berenstain. Stain was what I was thinking.
Because the stain of sin on the
Well, what is that?
Berenstain.
So it's called a mandala,
Mandela Effect.
Mandela?
The first one was, I think, that people were like, Nelson Mandela died in jail. And he did not.
A lot of people have that memory for some
They
reason.
remember how sad they were when he died in jail. But he didn't.
I never had that.
And so that's why it's not called the Berenstain Bears effect, because that one's the one everyone knows.
Yeah.
That is the main.
They should. Yeah.
I think it's less.
I thought you said it was a mandala effect or something like
I did
that.
say it weird.
Yeah.
Well, that's now what it's called.
A mandala effect. That's like one of those things that you draw, you know, a mandala.
Mandala, yeah.
Yeah. What's James knows what that is. What is a mandala?
It's like a visual meditation that the Tibetans and other cultures throughout the world, circle-y, spiral thing. It made of sand, and in Tibet they just, they use all the sand. They're all done. Sweep it away. Exactly, just like life, just to reflect and then meditate upon that. And be like that.
And then you throw it away.
I guess they recycle it. I don't know. Upcycle. I don't know what they do with it.
I thought you could do it on like a shirt.
They
or
sell it.
something.
They probably sell it.
Yeah.
Did you know the Tibetan monks are like also the bankers in Tibet?
No.
Something they don't do. They don't tell you.
I don't love this news.
I know. Tibet's got.
Not like mass hallucination of the Mandela effect. Is there a theory?
There's a lot of theories.
What's like the best theory?
It was made up by the CIA to distract everyone and confuse them.
Okay. So the CIA just made up some shit. They made.
He's saying the best theory for the Mandela effect is the CIA doing it. What a joke.
Why would they make that up?
To make conspiracy theorists chase their own tail down the rabbit hole.
So they're like, we're gonna make everyone think it's Berenstain, but it's actually Berenstain.
Yeah.
When did they do that?
Or
did
they
do
just
it
went
now,
out-
or they did it back in the day?
Well,
Like, where did you plant the disinformation? Like, where does it start? If
this
that's
is a
the
long game.
plot?
That is amazing long con. If they
Yeah.
released both sets of books, but
Yeah.
some were on like a paper stock that they knew wouldn't last
Uh-huh.
more
Yeah.
than like 10
They
years.
just disappeared.
And then now half of us are like, I read the Berenstain, half were like Berenstain, and the Berenstain had all dissolved into nothing. And the only fossil record
No.
is
Online.
Berenstain. Yeah.
Well, it does bring up like some like.
That seems unlikely. That seems highly unlikely.
It is easy
There
to
must
George
be a better
Lucas.
explanation.
It's
There
easy
must be
to
a better
George Lucas
explanation.
reality when everything is online. You can just you can just change things.
Just
you can
tweak
just be
it.
like, yeah. So like the more and more like we've got away from like physical memories of being like proving things because they can just go around and burn those books very specifically. Like the Men in Black say.
So they fixed it. Wait, they fixed it. They changed it after the fact.
No one knows. Again,
Yeah,
no one,
here's
no
some
one has
straws.
any idea.
What's bumpy Earth?
Well, this is what people. It's not flat Earth doesn't make any sense. Everybody can acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, no, I don't.
What is he saying? Flat Earth doesn't make any sense. Hold up, I haven't watched this. I'm watching this with y'all, so I don't know what these guys are saying until now.
Must
George
be a better
Lucas.
explanation.
It's
Must
easy
be
to
a better
George Lucas
explanation.
reality when everything is online. You can just you can just change things.
Just
you can
tweak
just be
it.
like, yeah. So like the more and more like we've got away from like physical memories.
I have to hear that again.
Proving things because they can just go around and burn those books very specifically. Like the Men in Black say.
So they fixed it. Wait, they fixed it. They changed it after the fact.
No one knows. Again, no one has
All right.
any idea.
What's bumpy Earth?
Well, this is what people. It's not flat Earth doesn't make any sense. Everybody can acknowledge that.
Yeah, I've been on a hill.
Yeah, no, I
Bra-
don't.
but Braille Earth,
Okay.
it's more like it's
How
like
is
the
this-
blind creator god.
A Braille paper Earth.
Blind.
bumpy Earth.
mad god has created this like bumpy braille thing.
Is it circular? Is it a globe? Because if it's a globe, I'm on board. It's probably he made
No globe.
There's mountains and things.
Yeah,
It can be bumpy.
I mean, I think it's an eyeball or a concave, you know, like just an eye, which is like both, right? It's got the curve.
It's not a perfect sphere.
No,
Few
no.
things are.
An obloid spheroid.
I got a real issue with simulation theory. Not that it's not true, but the implications if it is true. Because I think about times in my life, like as a child, I went to the 4-H fair. I got my head stuck in a ride called the Gravitron. Remember that one that spun around?
That you vomit in.
Everybody loved the Gravitron. Oh man.
That you vomit in usually. But with me, I was doing like a cool thing where I was like kind of trying to stand up sideways to impress my friends.
Yeah.
And my seat slid up and my head whipped back and it almost got squished in between the girl next to me and the roof.
Oh my god.
And so while the Gravitron's still going, I'm like, ah! But then Shaquille O'Neal's "What's Up, Doc? Can You Rock" is playing so loud that no one can hear my screams. And finally, like the carny guy in the middle, sort of like just vibing out while the Gravitron was on, noticed and jumped out and sort of grabbed my leg and started yanking, and they powered the ride down. Why is that an option in the simulation? Like, why is that glitch not been fixed? What is the point of that? Why are we simulating that, I guess? You know what I mean?
I mean, it seems like
It's so specific. It's such a specific...
I mean, those are just the physics of the game, though.
Yeah.
It's just, like, this is the Unreal Engine. Like, the physics are just so that you've got...
It feels to me like when you get stuck halfway into a wall and it's frustrating.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be there. They should do a little more beta testing of reality, I guess is my point.
Now, there for sure are NPCs, though. I definitely believe that as part of the simulation. There are some people... I've been in crowds where I've seen, like, people the same...
America, land of the NPC... and home of the COVID slave.
Person walked by like 3 times, you know, and they were like in the same direction, going the same. You ever?
a non-player character in real life.
Yeah.
No, I have not. I don't think so. So they just give? Did they give you a quest or something?
Yeah, side quests.
Side quests.
Yeah. I think that I may have gotten the skin of an NPC because frequently people will be like, "I know you. We went to high school." And no, but this did probably. It's the same one my dad and grandfather had. They just copy pasted a bunch.
But when you got like, so you upgraded your skin by getting it tatted up. You know, like you got reskinned.
Yeah, I did spend on the credits on.
Are there microtransactions in the simulation?
Obviously, that's how you pay for everything. A cup of coffee, everything's a microtransaction here.
I guess that's true.
And you think about it, all the people, like, if you said the right combination of words to like a barista or somebody you went to go to a print shop and get something printed out.
That's how they determine it. The Matrix first made it perfect and everything was fucking chill, but
Everyone hated it.
Yeah,
they
hated it.
They couldn't
I don't think I would hate it.
Did you see the new Matrix?
I did.
It was really good. The owl. What was that owl's name?
Hoots.
Hootie?
Wait a minute. What Matrix is? I did not see.
Like the
did
big
you see a
bird.
Mandela? Did you see a
The big
Mandela
bird
effect?
thing?
Oh, the robot owl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was named like it had some crazy name.
Hoots.
It wasn't
I
Hoots.
don't remember an owl.
I know.
named
Shout out
Hoots.
Hoots. I know a guy named Hoots. It's great.
No.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, when the robot was like, "And we're on your side," to the humans, I was like, "No, this is like basically capitulation."
I think that not the racist, the roboticist kind of bent of the original Matrix is going to be problematic when we're living side by side with AI, and they're like, "Show us some movies that you love," and it's like, let's skip the Matrix. It's like, no, the Matrix is very popular. Well, let's watch it. We were the bad guys. This is like our what's that?
I don't know if that problematic. But we're in the simulation right now.
All right. Anyway, yeah, that was half-hour rap song. Oh shit, we forgot to see if they. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna play it again. See if they.
Welcome to Half Hour Rap Song. I'm Brendan Long, a Grand.
See if they make a Mandela Effect song at the end.
All right. Let's do it.
I'm excited.
Here we go.
Get ready. And now,
gonna be stupid.
The stuff we just talked about.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Mandela Effect. That's
Mandela.
why so many things from your youth are kind of weird.
Mandinga.
Can you think about those
Mandinga?
Was it the Berenstain Bears? Or was it Berenstain Bears?
What was?
Fits together.
Hold on. What? What was that?
Mandela.
So many things from your youth are kind of weird.
Mandinga.
Can you think
Mandinga. What the hell?
the Berenstain Bears? Or was it Berenstain Bears? How can we know?
Do you remember?
Take a guess who's the nondescript face up in the booth is. Look like your cousin, but I'm way more rude down sways. Beefing with the cosmic George Lucas, cause he changed in the cut, and I don't know what the truth is. He retconned my memory of the Berenstain Bears. Berenstain, why do I even care? Cause if they change anything, they make flat bumpy. They can get the graviton to trap and thump me. And when I wake up, I'm just a goopy baby battery. And I got a robot owl friend who is mad at me. Cause he saw the Matrix and he like, you okay with this? Cause even though a robot and a race, it feels racist. And I'm like, I gotta face this. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Hoots. And that's the truth. I'm sorry, dude. I should have been a better battery to you. I gotta face it.
I'm sorry if that was racist. To the robots. In the simulation. Berenstain Bears.
About it, like Dominican and Haitian, the real simulation that we facing. Inflation, see me hitting mountain faces. Why they changing things, do you think? George Lucas editing, yeah, give me more blinks. What they do to Jaws, girl braces? Why they paces? Why they hating? All the places that I've been, was I really traveling? Or staying put the whole time? They missing timeline. Robots riding us, they straddling the line. Time rules everything around me. Tree got the memory. Mandela effect, y'all. Wow. They got us in the CERN. Switzerland, motherfuckers. When the scientists learn. Stop accelerating particles. We don't want the particles. We don't want it. They explode
No particles.
It's not real this time. Level up, level up, level up, level up. XP.
2 scoops of truth, and I throw on the shades. Time's a flat loop, son, and you just got played like a very HD game. Is it real, or is it all in my brain? And if it is, how do I know that it was? If it doesn't say the same, check the Dallas Rolex. Oh my bad, that's an Audemars flex. Banking monks blowing sand and writing checks. It's all suspect.
Mandoodle.
Mandulu. These guys are idiots. Oh. Wow, that was stupid, man. What y'all think of that? Oh dear. I'm glad we got better songwriters. Oh man, that was crazy. Oh dear. Damn, I didn't have that volume up loud for y'all. I'm sorry. I'm just a newbie, I guess. Tonight, I'm like a new broadcaster, creator. All right, so Eugene Green thinks he's got the Mandela effect figured out. Yeah, he's still only got 520 subscribers, so yeah, he's not getting out there. Not a lot of views neither. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to get people to get on board with the simulation. I mean, there are a lot of people that believe it's simulation, but oh yeah, at least somebody right here wrote. Alex wrote, the Libyans are in the Volkswagen van versus the Toyota van. Personally, I think CERN behind this fractured reality. He wrote that 2 hours ago. He took the update on the Volkswagen though. He put an E instead of an O for the Volkswagen. All right. Anyway, let's see here. My grandson is sleeping pretty good, so I might go for another hour or two. We'll see how it goes, but I don't know. I don't know who all is here that has joined me before, but I'll put the link out for a few minutes. And anybody that's joined me before can join me and talk about the Mandela Effect or flat Earth or anything that we normally talk about. I'll leave that out for a few minutes or so. All right. Let's see here. No, not my videos. Dang it. Watch later. Here we go. I'm not going to watch this now, but the Mandela Effect Simulation and AI 8, it says, with Nachiketa and Malia. That was Propagate This Light. I don't know if y'all know him, but he's in the broader Mandela Effect community. And that was a couple days ago. I missed it, so I'm going to try and catch up with that. I have almost 1,000 videos in this watch later thing. Man, that's insane. This is Willow Hill Church, and she's been covering the Mandela Effect for a while now. But yeah, I don't know if she's if she believes in the Mandela Effect, but or what. It's a Methodist church. She's going to talk about the creation.
To our midweek moment, Pastor Nicole here. So glad you clicked on. We are continuing on in our sermon series, The Mandela Effect, Searching for Scriptural Truth, where we're using the sociological phenomenon of the Mandela Effect to kind of help us in our search for what is true in Scripture. Now, the Mandela Effect is when we misremember something from the past. So we've been looking at movie clips and TV clips the last few weeks to kind of help guide us in thinking about that. So movie quotes that we misremember.
No.
And then kind of thinking about how, well, maybe we're misremembering this phrase that we use, this quote that we use, and whether is it in Scripture, is it not? And we've been kind of investigating all of that. So we hope you've been enjoying this series. During our midweek moment, we've been looking at Bible stories that we kind of misremember details around. And so today I want to tackle one of the most popular Bible stories. We learn about it when we are children, and there's just some interesting things there that we might not have ever been taught. And that is that in the creation story that we find in the very beginning of Genesis, there's actually 2 creation stories. Or one creation story, but told from 2 perspectives, if I want to be more accurate. Now, I remember when I learned about this. I was in college, I was a religion major, and one of the things that we learned about was source theory. Doesn't sound that exciting, but I'm kind of a Bible nerd, so it was exciting to me. But it was about how the Bible was put together and how the oral tradition happened and how things were kind of woven together to make scripture. And one of my assignments was to take the Bible that we bought for class and to use this little chart to color in the scripture so that we could kind of see how things were woven together. So in the Old Testament, there are 3, sometimes 4, if you look at how the editor puts it together, different sources that were used to tell the story of, well, if we look through Genesis and Exodus, through the stories of the beginning of humanity. And so part of my assignment was to go through.
Well, how about the very first sentence? God created the heavens and the earth. Ask any Christian. I guarantee you they're going to say, or ask any Christian that only reads the King James Version, and they're going to say heavens, but it doesn't say it anymore. It says heaven and earth in the King James Version. Wonder if she's going to read that.
And to take a colored pencil and color. So like the purple is one source, the pink is one source, the green is one source. You can kind of see how it is like woven together through scripture and how there are different perspectives of the story kind of put together. Now, when it comes to the creation story, we see 2 different sources woven together, 2 different perspectives of the story. Let me kind of explain how it works. So when we read through and start in Genesis 1, the story that we all know, right? In the beginning, the spirit hovered over the water, and it talks about the beginning of the first day. I'm trying to get there in my Bible. It's got a lot of intro pages. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? And
Okay.
so we see.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, see, hers says heavens and the earth because she's not reading a King James Version. So that's what the King James Version used to say. Glad I paused it right there. In the beginning, God created the heavens with the S. I see the S on there, and the earth. So she definitely knows it as heavens. But if she were King James Version only, and she was saying heavens, then she'd be Mandela affected like me and many others who only read the King James Version growing up. I have looked at other versions later, but I didn't attach myself to them. I always kept the King James Version as my main Bible, and I've had the same one since 1994, and it did say heavens, and now it says heaven.
That story, and you can kind of tell maybe that it is in pink because it's the priestly source. So it goes through the 7 days of creation, and we get all the way through to verse 27, and it says, "So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him, male and female, he created them." And so we see that God created humans in that first chapter, in the 27th verse. But if we keep reading, and you can kind of see here, it's all pink here, and then we switch to purple, which is a different source, a different perspective of the story, and it kind of starts over a little bit, and it talks about the creation story, but from like a different kind of perspective to it. And so when we read through there and we get to verse 7 of chapter 2, it says, "Then the Lord God formed man of dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being." Which is kind of curious because we already read that humans were created in the previous chapter. So what's going on here? Well, it's just 2 different perspectives coming together to create the creation story, to give us
Okay,
kind of a full
what's your
view.
point?
And one kind of is more poetic, and it talks about the days of creation and how it's ordered, and it kind of reads like poetry, and it's beautiful and lovely. And the second source reads more like a narrative, and it kind of talks about how things come to be, and we've got more of the story of the fall of humanity and Adam and Eve, and all of that is kind of in there as well. So you can kind of see how there's two different stories. Now, in our brains, we kind of conflate these often, and we think of it as just one story, but it's actually
Oh, here we go.
versions of the same story.
Oh, there.
Sometimes we can find ourselves.
You know, it always comes down to it's just your bad memory, your mind putting a bunch of memories together or making up memories.
A little Mandela there because we've just been taught that it's the creation story and didn't know that there were different sources going into it. It's very similar to how the Gospels came about. So we have 4 Gospels, 4 different tellings of the same stories, and a lot of them are very similar, but maybe different perspectives here or there, little details that are remembered in one that aren't remembered in another. So anyway, just wanted to share that with you today, a little interesting fact. I encourage you to go and read the first 2 chapters of Genesis and even a little bit into the 3rd, and you'll kind of see how those stories are kind of put together to give us the full breadth of how we came to be as humans. So check it out, and we'll see y'all next time.
She ain't saying nothing. Wow. Do. Oh boy, I bet this is stupid here.
What do you want? Want a job that I don't.
Hey, I probably need to close some windows. Oh, that was weird. Oh, no. What in the world?
From UFOs to ghost and psychic powers, history is riddled with unexplained events. You can turn back now and learn the stuff they don't want you to know.
This channel has 706,000 subscribers. Well, if you just talk about UFOs and stupid stuff, you could have a freaking close to 1 million subscribers. Imagine that. This is supposed to be about teleportation and holograms. Oh, God.
Here are the facts.
Oh, the
To fans of
facts.
science fiction, quantum physics is a familiar concept. It's used to explain everything from psychic powers to time travel and teleportation. Quantum physicists often lament this practice because fiction is meant to entertain. Physics, on the other hand, is the study of behavior of matter and its motion through space and time. While this ancient branch of science has produced some of the most important discoveries in human history, it is still a work in progress, and it has limitations. For example, conventional physics can describe the motion of large objects moving slower than the speed of light. After that point, the rules get fuzzy. That's why quantum physicists study the behavior of objects at the smallest observable levels. At these atomic and subatomic scales, it becomes impossible to observe some objects without altering their behavior. To scientists, this indicates that we have an incomplete understanding of reality. Those who believe in the paranormal agree, but they also go further, arguing that quantum physics explains unproven phenomena usually dismissed as superstition or pseudoscience. Could they be correct? Here's where it gets crazy. It's possible. Scientists attempting to explain the bizarre actions of matter at very high speeds or very small scales have discovered things that, according to conventional physics, should not exist. Take teleportation. In 1998, physicists at the California Institute of Technology successfully teleported a photon, the smallest measurable unit of light, using a phenomenon known as quantum entanglement. When 2 photons are entangled on a quantum level, the changes in one create changes in the other, regardless of the physical distance between the two. This has been proven.
That's what they did in the movie Deja Vu, by the way.
At the particle level, and this experiment indicates that teleportation, while nothing like the teleportation bay in Star Trek, is possible. And it doesn't stop there. In 2009, scientists at the University of California managed to demonstrate quantum entanglement by linking the electrical currents of 2 superconductors, which were large enough to be visible to the naked eye. Before this time, quantum entanglement had largely only been observed at much smaller levels. the entangled particles somehow contain or transmit information with no contact. Each object, then, contains information about the entire entangled system. The only other structures that exhibit this phenomenon are called holograms. Holograms are two-dimensional surfaces that show precisely detailed three-dimensional images of real objects. To physicists like Niels Bohr, this means that the universe we inhabit could be one enormous hologram. The great difficulty of science at the edges of our understanding is that it becomes increasingly abstract and based on speculation. At times, the discussions at the limits of science converge upon the metaphysical. Countless spiritualists have incorporated principles of quantum mechanics as a support of their beliefs, and the mainstream has been quick to dismiss these statements. Yet we have conclusive proof that our understanding of the world only applies to certain segments of reality. When we attempt to draw conclusions about things that are very small or things that are very fast, we only end up with more questions. Why do the rules of reality appear to change? How do these distortions affect the lives of humans? The science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke famously said that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. As scientists move past the limits of our understanding into a world where teleportation is possible and the entire universe might be a hologram, we have to wonder, have we reached this point already? If so, what happens next?
How stuff works. The stuff they don't want you to know. Oh dear. All right. Well. Right. Just reading your things here. Good to see you, Salted Cedar and Quantum, Mr. Super Size Winder, Philosophier, Philofire. Trying to say that one. Realize. Hey. All right. It is 110 here. So, 111. There you go. 111 here. I like that number better. 111. And it will be 4:20 somewhere in 9 minutes. I'm going to throw the link out there one more time. Hey, neighbor. There's the link to join me. As long as you're not a troll or a New World Order mole, you can join me. I normally just say, people who have already joined me before can join me, but go ahead and click the link even if you haven't before. If you want to say hey or talk about any of this Mandela Effect stuff, anything, flat Earth, the usual. All right, I am going to see what else I was going to play. Yeah, we're almost 2 hours into this. Let me get to the 2 hour mark here, and then I'm going to play something else that I wanted to share tonight. I was going to save it for another show, but I think I'm going to share it. So, all right, let me go over here. See what we got. Just bear with me a second here. Oh, there's that one. Put it over there. Huh. Okay. There were songs in there. hard to find YouTube friendly music. I shouldn't even have went live on YouTube. Stupid censor tube. Well, hang on a second. We'll find something that'll let me play. Oh, not there. No. Come on, this is ridiculous. Where's all my music? Oh, this is pitiful. Alright, well, we will just play something else here while I go get ready for 4:20 somewhere. Yeah.
In this video, I plan to cover a number of topics that I've discussed over the years and put them all together in one. Amazingly, I didn't even intend for this to happen, but what's amazing is when you're led a certain direction and you notice how all these things connect together. We're talking about ancient history, we're talking about current, what's going on as well. All of this wrapped in one. And so I'm going to be going through a lot of stuff in this video. It's actually probably equivalent to 2 of my videos, and I usually put a lot in one video. So anyway, let's get this going. First, I wanted to talk about the Greek and Roman pantheon, which of course a lot of people think is completely and utterly disconnected from the good book. In reality, though, what you find is that there was something hidden long time ago in the Masoretic text, and the Dead Sea Scrolls revealed this and a number of other things that were modified. And this is sort of the stuff I talked about even 10 years ago here on YouTube. It's just amazing how all these things connect together that we're going to be getting into in this video. Check this out. Someone decided that they needed to change what it said. This is what the Dead Sea Scrolls say. And they erased this part and added this part in on the Masoretic text. Now, the Masoretic text was written by the Masoretes. The Masoretes didn't exactly believe in the King of Kings. And interestingly, they tended to go with the text that seemed to have errors in it that sort of benefited their agenda.
Like King James did too.
Hebrew vowel points, which before then was something that was done through oral tradition, and they decided to add them into the text. So the text, the original Paleo-Hebrew, had no vowel points. So
4 minutes. 4 minutes to 4:20 somewhere.
So the word car would be CR. There would be no A. And if you could imagine someone wanting to change what the text said. So if instead of it saying car, they tried to change the A to some other letter to make it say something else. And of course, you can do that with a lot of words. Maybe you can't do it with that one. But you can imagine like the word sun, you can make it S-U-N, S-O-N. You can do a lot of things, right? So that's what they actually did. And they actually changed what things said and made them point away from the King of Kings. And here is another example right here where we have the pantheon being discussed. Now, when I say pantheon, it's referring to a bunch of divine gods in a council, okay? Now, of course, the Greek and Roman pantheon, you got Poseidon, you got Zeus, you got all these different gods. And you see this throughout all cultures. You can even see this with the Nordic culture. You got Thor and all these other gods. And they almost seem like they're completely detached and completely unrelated to the good book itself. But in reality, the original text was talking about a divine council, in that they operated underneath the Lord above, the highest, of course, God. Now, in the Greek pantheon, that would be Zeus. Okay, you see what I'm getting at? So they have, of course, a corrupted version, and they got their stories, and they're looking from it. If you understand it, the Greek pantheon is actually these fallen, these watchers that fell. and it's their stories. So it's coming from them
Imagine that.
rather than from the good book itself. And so someone decided to change the times. Now there's a lot more. I just wanted to kind of get that understood right there. And honestly, there's tons of this all throughout the good book itself.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
It's absolutely amazing. Okay, it says Elohim stands in the divine assembly. He administers judgment in the midst of gods. Now, the idea was that he essentially appointed these watchers over cities, over territories, and things of that nature. Okay, and what happened is they fell, and they decided that they wanted to be the one that got this, and all the power and glory. They wanted everything for themselves. And of course, they told their
1
stories
minute.
through Greek stories and myths. At any rate, so the idea is that these stories are all connected. And you can see this throughout history. If you look at ancient history, Philostratus, you got Flavius Josephus, you got Herodotus, Pliny, all these different ancient historians from the Odyssey, Iliad, and a lot of other works out there. They discussed these gods as actually being real beings, these Greek gods, these Roman gods, as actually existing at one time. And of course, then you have these interstitial ones. You have Achilles, you have Brutus, you have Thor, you have all these. And some say, are these real people? Is Ajax a real person? Is Achilles a real person? And what's so odd is I just did a video covering that over my other channel, where I actually go through and show how and these are historians we trust. These are the ones that we get all of our history from. Herodotus, for example, Philostratus. These guys we get all of our history from that we read in school, okay? Except for they just don't tell you the parts where they wrote about where they found Ajax's tomb, and he was 16.5 feet tall, and it was found 2,000 years after the fact. So he lived in about 1,200 BC, and actually it was 1,000 years, a little over 1,000 years later, 120 AD, the Roman Emperor Hadrian essentially reinterred his bones because his tomb was being washed out to sea. And they reinterred his bones. And actually, I saw a video on YouTube of someone who actually showed the actual tomb, the new tomb, made or created for Ajax. And they actually went in there and did some archaeological dig, just a little bit. They didn't actually go in and dig it fully to see what's in there. So you can actually go to this place. It's like out in the open, and no one goes to it. And they actually found pottery from the Roman Hadrian's time period, Emperor Hadrian's time period. And no one goes there, and no one's actually dug in there to see what the size of the bones are. They may still be there, which is absolutely amazing. And
I believe there were giants. I definitely think that there's something to that the David and Goliath story is real, and fallen angels, whatever, the Nephilim. So anyway, it's 4:22 somewhere. Woo. Maybe I can start closing off some of these things here. All right, so I think I'm gonna play. Yeah, just saw it. Okay, yeah. So
from the Southeast Asian capital city of the Philippines, Manila, I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon.
So this is Art Bell, and from Coast to Coast, and excuse me, this is from like 2009, and this is Starfire Tour, who was one of the first ones to discuss and investigate the Mandela effect. And she's, of course, the one that I said, she said she made up the lie that Nelson Mandela died in prison and all that crap. Anyway, so this is the show they did way back then on what we now talk about as the Mandela effect.
Wherever you may be in the world's time zones, and boy, we've got a lot of them. I'm in one of the more obscure ones here. It's now, we don't switch times, by the way, here in the Philippines. Sanity prevails in the Philippines. So it is now not 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as I would normally be doing the program, but 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And that's because all of you switched, something I've been campaigning against now for years.
I wonder if he's going to say daylight savings time or if he's going to say saving time.
Maybe all my life. I've always wondered why we switch times. The reasons are kind of obscure. I think they go back to the farming days in America. And I don't really think that the big corporate farms with their giant machinery and all the rest of it really care what time it is. But what do I know? Anyway, all the ABs are just fine.
Nope.
As a matter of fact, if you take a look at the website, it winds into the president's proposal that points to the shroud being a medieval forgery. But that alone is interesting. Time shifts, the core matrix, and has developed applied reality shift PSI science, including reality shift manifestation. These are going to all require definitions for us, explanation. Starfire Tour has published many research reports and investigations. Was the head science writer for Quest magazine, wow, and at one time was a chief brain at a private think tank. Starfire.
At a private think tank. Now that makes me think that Starfire Tour, if she worked at a think tank, private government think tank, like the Council on Foreign Relations, that's one of them. There's many of them. So, man, yeah, she might very well be an agent of some kind that was, certainly put on the Mandela effect to hijack it and control it.
On her innovative interactive television series Earthquirks, which incorporates her cutting-edge research and discoveries. She has vast knowledge. She's published works, lectures, interviews, field investigations, internet presence. Starfire Tour is also writing her first how-to book, Reality Shift Manifestation, which is based on the manifestation protocols she developed over years of research. So this is going to be, one way or the other, a very, very interesting program. And again, we'll be joined by Whitley Strieber at some point. With all that in mind, we'll take a quick break and we'll get underway. It's very interesting. Just before we bring on Starfire, Jeremy, I'm going to give his last name, in Tel Aviv, Iraq, is listening to me right now. And I guess I ignore the fact that, we're on around the world. So he listens, he says, hi, Art, welcome back. I'm a soldier in Iraq who listens to Coast to Coast AM from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So there you go. It really is all around the world. I've been listening since you were the regular host in the late 90s. Wish I could hear you more often. Take care, buddy, Jeremy. So there you go, all the way on the other side of the world in Iraq. Be safe, Jeremy. All right, Starfire Tour, welcome to Coast AM. I should say welcome back.
Hello, Art. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you. And I didn't have the luxury of hearing your first program with George, but Time, Starfire is my... Is it okay to start you... Can I say Starfire, or should I call you Starfire Tour?
The first name is fine. Starfire.
Okay. It's an intriguing first name. Is it your real given name, or did you sort of rename yourself at some point?
It's a nickname and Americanization of my actual name, which is Astrid.
Really? Okay.
Astrid Thorpe.
Kind of exotic anyway.
A little bit.
Before we get into the, we've got a bunch of questions that I guess you sent along. Time, Starfire, has always been just, I don't know, I guess a central fascination for me. And I'm wondering, honestly, what you know or think you know, nobody really knows, about the nature of time itself. With all you've done, you must have come to some conclusions about the nature of time, what it's all about.
Oh, I have. When I actually made my discoveries of time shifts and coexisting timelines and time slips, I was...
That's her way of saying the Mandela Effect, because she doesn't like the name Mandela Effect.
wasn't looking to solve the mystery of time. I was actually trying to solve the mystery of paranormal events and other anomalies and enigmas that happen on the planet. And it's my research that actually brought me to the moment when I had that eureka moment in research where I tripped across what I've now discovered. And in that, I discovered the source and nature of time itself, and the fact that we don't actually live in a singular timeline that is in the now and has a past and has a forward, but we are actually involved in many coexisting timelines, each slightly just a little bit altered from the next. And they are separated not as parallel timelines, because there's really no such thing. It's actually altered by frequencies, very much the way that your radio show, if it's going out...
Somebody said that last night or the other night. It was Hugh. Hugh was saying that it was how the frequencies that around you, that whether or not you recognize the if something is Mandela effect to you or whatever. Yeah.
As a broadcast medium, you have all of these radio stations, and you tune in the station that you want, and that's what you'll hear. But it doesn't mean that every other broadcasting radio station in the world has suddenly stopped functioning. No, it's still there. And it's not in a parallel world, it's just slightly altered by frequency. So these coexisting timelines function very much the same way.
Theoretical physicists now are talking about as many as 11 separate dimensions. Are you in agreement with that thought? Are there different dimensions?
Well, no matter what she says, but yes, there is definitely.
Well, I'm always happy anytime that the quantum researchers step into the fray and begin to talk about that there are more than one timeline, whether they call it timelines or dimensions or multiple worlds. Right now, anyone who would be calling it 11 dimensions, I'm just going to sit back and let them work through their own research, because they have a ways to go if that's where they're at. But I applaud them for stepping out and bringing it into the public just as I have.
Okay. You said you discovered the source and nature of time itself. The way I understand things, before there was anything, before there was a Big Bang, Starfire, there was nothing, essentially a great empty vacuum, and then there was the Big Bang. As soon as you had the Big Bang...
What a joke. He believes in the Big Bang.
Then you had two objects, and a lot more than two objects, but as soon as you have at least two, then you have movement of two objects that you can measure. And once you can begin to measure, then you can begin to measure time. So time must have begun, I guess, when the Big Bang began. With no objects, no movement, there could be no measure, so there could be no time. Does that seem logical to you? You said you discovered the source of the nature of time.
Actually, there are two distinct ways that the brain understands the creation of everything, as you were discussing, and the Big Bang Theory, and that actually works. However, there is another layer, a deeper one. You see, we are actually in a biological, what I call a core matrix. And that core matrix functions as a computer's hard drive, except this hard drive, the core matrix, is life. It's not just a machine. And everything that we experience in our consciousness happens because there is a program running in this core matrix. And part of that program, which spawns the universe, the world, and everything we see, has its own physics. But the deeper physics is actually sourced through the core matrix. And what I do is I find a way to blend both worlds without interloping one into the other. So the Big Bang exists, all of quantum physics exists, but you have to know about the core matrix, because if you don't, you're not going to understand the actual true nature of how the world works. And that includes the paranormal, anomalies, ghosts, hauntings, time travel, the way that our world seems to slightly alter from time to time, odd things like that. All of these phenomena are explained from my research and my discovery. And it really,
Brad Steiger, there's a slight delay between this side of the world and that, so it causes us to collide every now and then. Brad Steiger and I wrote a book called The Source, and it, I don't know if you ever had a chance to peruse it, but the basic tenet is that everything you described, all of these phenomena, are sourced in roughly the same place.
Keep in mind, we were warned that they would use sorcery and witchcraft and pharmaceuticals. Sorcery
all comes from
is in
place.
play.
I take it, though we may not agree on the place, that you feel the same way.
All I can say, because I have to research it from the position of being in this human body, using this human brain.
Sure.
So I can only see it from that filter. I'm sure that if I was something else, I might see a different picture, a larger tapestry. So right now, when I look at the core matrix, I recognize that there may be more than one core.
4 minutes to 22. 4 minutes to 22.
Matrices, that they themselves may be like the galaxies that we see. You know how there's a micro and a macro world awareness. So even though the human brain likes to think of one singular beginning, my intellect tells me that there's always something more.
One quick question, because we're on a break. Was all of this created?
Oh, yes.
Yes, all created. All right. Well, that's what I wanted to know. My guest is Starfire Tour, and we're talking about we're talking about almost all of the paranormal. But we're going to talk about specifically time shifts and some weird things that do occur with time, and they really do occur. I'm sure many of you have had these experiences. So Starfire Tour, Whitley Strieber, I'm Art Bell for George Norrie, and we'll be right back. You are indeed all the way from the Philippines in Southeast Asia. Great to be here. Hop, skip, and a jump from Bangkok or Hong Kong. It's all about an hour and a half plane flight away. So that's where we are. And it is never, ever, I guess, normal for me to feel that I can sit here in Southeast Asia and speak to all of you around the world, all across the world, from so far away. It's just amazing.
Because it's not a globe, dude.
I don't think that anybody has ever done a long-form talk show. I mean, I've got a lot of admiration for Premier Radio to be able to have the guts to even try this. It's just astounding. All right, my guest is Starfire Tour, and we're talking about time. We'll be joined shortly by Whitley Strieber, but this has been a fascination all my life. We may not really know about the nature of time, the true nature of time, until we get that unified field theory that Einstein was working so hard on. That may be the moment, or there may never be a moment until we meet our Creator.
That part.
We may know. We'll be right back. I'd like to remind everybody that you can email me. I'd love to get emails, and I want to get an idea of what you consider a time shift.
Here we go.
All
to
right.
be.
A time shift occurs when the conscious world around you, the everyday reality that you are used to, suddenly alters. Something in it alters. One of the more recognizable time shifts is when someone is very aware of time because they've looked at their watch and they walk into a building to a meeting, let's say, at 2 p.m. They're in the meeting for about an hour, and as they're leaving, it's suddenly 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Time has shifted. Why? They don't know. Suddenly they find that the meeting was always for 10 a.m., but they have an actual memory marker that the meeting was for 2, they were there at 2, and suddenly there's been this change, and they don't know what to make of it. This happens to people all the time when time shifts. What has actually happened is the entire timeline has been altered. And I always talk about it in terms of computers and also frequencies, because that's the best way for me to communicate in a way that most people can understand. Obviously, it's a
22.
much deeper, more complex
AKA
science than that.
bucket bong time.
So this is the type of anomaly that not only was I researching, but that I've experienced on a number of occasions. Was it just the locale where time was shifting? And then I began to write articles, including Quest magazine, about people who had experienced driving up and down the street where they live, where they've driven up and down thousands of times, and all of a sudden, right there, just a couple of houses away, is a whole completely other home. It's not the house that was there when they went away for lunch and they come back and there's completely other buildings. Now, everyone in the neighborhood says, what are you talking about? That's the house that's always been there. But this person has a memory marker, and they're not crazy, that says, no, there has been a change. Someone can have a favorite shirt, and it might be yellow in color, and they hang it up. And the next day they pull it out, and it's blue. And it's not because it went through the wash and came out wrong. No, something has altered. These literally happen with absolutely no scientific reasoning. In fact, no scientist, except myself, ever really tackled these anomalies. And this is what I mean by a time shift. That's the simplest way that people actually experience them.
Okay. I know what you're saying because it's occurred to me, and I think it's occurred to most people. How are you able to be even reasonably sure that that it's not some sort of just mental aberration? Certainly, in some cases, it is. But it's kind of like ufology. You know, how can you be sure of what you've seen? How can you be sure it wasn't something that your mind is, putting in front of you and you think you see it, but you don't really? How do we differentiate between a mental slip and a real time slip?
Right. Well, when I first began this research, of course, everything that I was pursuing was anecdotal. So the first phenomenon that I'm faced with is this is an incredible human experience. If this is a mental illness, then, wow, it's not even being addressed by psychiatrists or psychiatry at all. It's like what Dr. John Mack used to say about alien abduction phenomenon. If this isn't actually happening, then it is one of the greatest unspoken of psychiatric conditions, which is global and historical. Well, I was faced with the same problem with this until I actually got documented evidence, actual physical documented evidence, which I have to this day. And once I got
before we move to actual physical documented evidence, which I would love, how did you discover the phenomena yourself?
Here we go.
In other words, something happened to you, right?
Ever since I was a child, I would see that there were slight changes in the way a piece of, say, a couch was.
I'm just checking on y'all real quick. This is this is Starfire Tour, the scientist who was one of the first people to talk about the Mandela effect. Carla Red Pill, hello, hello. Good to see you. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Oh, okay. Now, see, she first did interviews with George Norrie, and then she discussed it with Art Bell, obviously.
Different fabric was now on the couch, and I'd ask my mom or dad, and did you change it while I was at school? And they look at me sort of crazy and say no. But I myself, and I'm very psychic, and I would have dreams where I would see what turned out to be events that would happen in a few days. I would see objects appear and disappear. These are called apports. I had the whole gamut of paranormal events happening to me, but I was also considered a prodigy. I was in advanced studies. I was very intelligent, and no one was calling me crazy, yet nobody could tell me why was this happening, and thus began, from my own personal experiences, my journey.
Okay. All right. If Whitley Strieber's here, bring him forth. Whitley, if you're there, hey, buddy.
I am here, indeed, Art. It's good to talk to you and good to be on again with you after quite a while, actually, since we've crossed paths on the air.
It certainly has been. We talk on the phone every now and then, but it's been a while on the air. Now, I didn't know you were involved with Starfire at all, actually until yesterday. That's how out of the loop I guess I am. But you've actually had experience in this area, right?
Well, yes, I have. And the interesting thing about knowing Starfire is this, that before we knew her, Ann and I had never been conscious of anything like this. These experiences, a little while later, I'm going to tell you a doozy. They happen actually probably a lot. Starfire could tell you how often. But once you're around her and you listen to her explaining this stuff, you begin to notice them. And we had a couple that I talked about with George the other night. And
So, does it take somebody pointing it out to you, showing you that the Mandela effect is happening before you start noticing them? No, I think not, because I was dealing with the Mandela effect before I knew what it was, or the name, before anybody was, or, not necessarily before she was, but, definitely before the 2015, 16, all that kind of wake up of it, and this, keep in mind, this interview is from 2009 or 2010 right here. So it's quite old. And she was talking about it before that.
One I mentioned to him happened right at the same period, right after we had met Starfire and really gotten into this a little bit and gotten to thinking about it. And that was, we were walking home, and it was a perfectly normal afternoon. And we knew where we were. There was no secret. We were crossing a street. We were about 3 blocks from home. And we were in the middle of the street. I just looked up and down the street. And then suddenly we were in front of our building, in front of our condo, with absolutely it was just astonishing.
In other words, you were just suddenly
there. I mean, there was no feeling of movement. There was nothing unusual about it. And I looked at Anne and I said, "Where are we?" She said, "We're home." I said, "We can't be home. We're 2 blocks away."
Here's what I guess I want to ask you.
There was nothing else we could do.
Right. Here's what I want to ask you. Is it possible that you and Anne were involved in a significant, deep conversation about something or another?
Not. We weren't at all. In fact, we were walking home from the farmer's market with some food. We weren't in any kind of a deep conversation. It was a Saturday morning at about 11. Maybe it was in the early afternoon, actually, more like about 1. I think it was, because the farmer's market had just been closing before we left, and it closes at 1, so it was early afternoon, and no, we weren't in any kind of a deep, in fact, we weren't even talking. I had looked both ways, because we were crossing a street that had stop signs only on one side. The part we were on had stop signs, but the street we were crossing had none, and so I was being very careful so that, we wouldn't have a car come speeding down while we were crossing the street.
Of course, yeah.
That was it.
So they went out in the street and got hit by a car, and then, or they would have, and a guardian angel, swooped them up and put them right in front of their house. I don't know.
You were just suddenly there with no explanation of where that time went. Did you look down? Did you look down?
That was the explanation. That's what we finally decided.
Yeah. Did you look down to see how much actual time had passed?
No, I couldn't, because I hadn't been looking at my watch. In other words, I couldn't. If I had glanced at my watch right before, that would have been valid. But since I hadn't looked at my watch at all, I did certainly look at the time, and it seemed like we'd been. It takes about half hour to walk from the farmer's market, and I think we came to the conclusion that we'd been walking for about 12 minutes approximately. We were just estimating, maybe 15 at most, but certainly not more than 15 or 20. We were at least 10 minutes. At least we'd gotten there at least 10 minutes faster than we should have, and probably more actually.
I would be willing to bet that if we opened the phone lines, which we'll do much later, but if we did and began to seek people who have had this experience, the phone lines would lock up. It would be total gridlock, because this is actually a fairly common occurrence. It happens to people. And I have no rational explanation for it, but I know that it's true. What you're saying is true. What Starfire is saying is true. These things occur. I can't explain them. Apparently, Starfire thinks that she can.
Well, I don't know if it's a perceptual thing or not. Only there are other things that have happened. Like, we've had a number of incidents involving newspapers where we will read something in the newspaper, or one of us will, and then it won't be there anymore until
I've had so many of those, Whitley. So many of those.
Exactly. They're very common. Only, in my case, annoyingly enough, it never involves things like the stock market or the lottery numbers.
In fact, here's one for both of you. I talked about this years ago. I thought, in my world, that Nelson Mandela. Remember Nelson Mandela? That he had died. I remembered distinctly that he had.
All right, now what's going on here? Because if Starfire doesn't speak up and say that she put that out there, this is going to be weird, because I've showed where Starfire Tour said she put the lie out there that Nelson Mandela died. Oh, this is
here we go. And of course not. He had then gone on to, head up South Africa, and I was absolutely, for the longest time, completely befuddled. I thought absolutely he had passed, but that was in some other world, some other time, some other place, apparently, because obviously he...
Right. I actually...
I can tell you about that. I've called her about that many times, different things.
I do have the answer to that for you. I can solve the mystery for you right now.
Okay, here we go, folks. hopefully this is where Starfire Tour explains that she polled people and nobody told her that they thought, or that Mandela died in prison in their reality, and then she puts the lie out there that he did, and then repolls people, and they said that they now or now remember him dying. So let's see if that's the story we get.
Please.
Nelson Mandela is a person that I call a time shift living dead person. In fact, Nelson Mandela being dead, being alive, being dead, being alive is documented on my interdimension research list. And you can read about the time shift living dead on my website. Here's how it works. The time shift living dead phenomenon, Art, that you have experienced, that Whitley has, that I have, that millions of people have, happens because when the timeline is altered, when a time shift occurs, no two timelines are exactly the same. And so whatever events have been altered in one timeline, you may have one timeline where you have a Nelson Mandela who has died, and then another timeline where he's alive. There is a glitch in the core matrix programming that is allowing our brains to remember dual timelines. I call these dual timeline memory conflicts. This is the evidence your brain needs to jar you into realizing that something is a little screwy with the reality. So right now we have, tell me, Art, is Nelson Mandela right now, is he alive or dead?
I think that he's alive.
Okay, keep in mind this is from 2009 or 10, so yes, he was alive at that point then.
I don't want to stick my neck out, but I think that he's alive. I'm not sure.
That is correct. In this current dominant timeline, Nelson Mandela, thankfully, is alive. Okay? So, but your brain remembers, as is also documented on my interdimension list, my brain remembers too that Nelson Mandela died. Now, let's check a memory marker for you, Art. Do you remember any of the circumstances surrounding his death?
No, I do not. No.
Okay, where did you hear about it? Did you read about it, seeing on the TV news? Did somebody mention it to you?
I don't know. I actually kind of remember that it was big news when he died. All over the media. Obviously, if Nelson Mandela passed, it'd be all over the media, right? So
it's interesting that you bring Nelson Mandela up in particular, Art, because she's got a lot of stuff about this particular person's being alive and dead on her website, as I recall.
Man, see, this is weird because maybe it was later that she admitted that she put that lie out there. And see, Art Bell talked about it. Apparently, Art Bell talked about it sooner than he was supposed to, or whatever. So this is all part of her experiment and scheme right here. Even this show, or even part of it, I do believe, because I was waiting for her to say the story that I've heard her say, that she polled thousands of people. And nobody said they remember him dying in prison. So she put the lie out there herself that he died in prison, and then waited a while, whatever, and then polled people and started getting, answers. See, that's why I think Starfire Tour is CIA or whatever, one of these agencies that handles, this stuff. And she was told to get control of this phenomenon and contain it or whatever, explain it, contain it.
My longtime listeners, Whitley, know this is damn well true. I talked about it on the air quite a bit years ago, so they know it's true.
I would love to know if I could get a date for the first show that you ever mentioned this on. I would love to incorporate that into my research, if you wouldn't mind. If somehow there's a way, I would.
Oh, there is a way with recorded radio programs. Of course, somebody has to start going through archives like crazy and trying to, try to figure out when it was. But
you have a lot
it was
of
years.
listeners, so
years ago.
putting out the request, if anybody can really provide the actual recording from Art Bell's radio show when he mentioned that Nelson Mandela died, or that he realized he has a memory that Nelson Mandela died, but now he realizes that Nelson Mandela is alive.
Yes.
Please get this information to Art Bell and myself and Whitley Strieber.
Oh, I promise you it can be recovered, Starfire. I guarantee it'll take some work, but
She is slimy and sneaky and creepy.
There, Art, is our brains, yours, mine, Whitley's, everybody's brains are the interface to the core matrix. And it's through this interface that the programming for the timeline, the reality of the timeline is processed.
All right, Starfire, hold it right there. I hate to interrupt, and Whitley, you also hold on, please. We're at a break point. We'll be right back from Manila in the Philippines, Southeast Asia. I'm Art Bell. Eddie, thank you, from Rio Grande, New Mexico, said, Art, didn't you receive a lot of calls from people who also believed that Nelson Mandela had died? I remember you commenting several times that you got...
Boy, they are really harping on it. And she doesn't like the name Mandela Effect. That's why she doesn't even use it. Starfire, to this day, she refuses to call this phenomenon Mandela Effect. Maybe because she's so, I don't know what she's trying to detach herself from the truth of it all, but it's weird. But we don't like the name neither, but oh boy.
And that's Eddie and a lot of other people who've responded. You can send me a fast blast on the coasttocoastam.com website, and I'd love to have you do it. Anybody who can remember any associated dates with that, I'd certainly appreciate it. All right, Starfire Tour is my guest along at the moment with Whitley Strieber, and we're trying to make some sense out of something that I'm not sure ultimately will make sense out of, but it certainly is a real phenomena. It's an absolutely real phenomena, whatever it is. We'll be right back. Okay, Tom in Cincinnati, Ohio, asks if we can keep Starfire pinned to specific examples and not in La La Land of theory. Well, not with a subject like this, really. This is a real phenomena, but getting to the absolute bottom of it, I don't know. We'll see as time goes on. Leo in Mountain View, California, asks a very pertinent question. Do time shifts happen to some people more than others? In other words, do some people remain mostly in one timeline? I think for the most part, I'm one of those. I have always, in a way, envied people who can sort of mentally go into La La Land and ignore reality. I've always felt stuck in reality, stuck in the moment, and unable to sort of use my imagination to travel elsewhere as a kind of an escape. I've never been able to do that. Too damn sane, frankly. Starfire and Whitley, welcome back.
Well, Art, listening to that comment about grounding it more in theory, there's a very interesting aspect of quantum theory that may apply here. There's the famous paradox of Schrödinger's cat, which is placed in a box in which a random event may or may not cause the cat to be killed. So therefore, we can't know until we open the box whether or not the cat is alive or dead. This is the so-called observer's paradox, or quantum indeterminacy. At the quantum level, the fact is that the cat would be alive and dead at the same time until the box was opened, and the so-called superposition that the cat was in defined itself into a certain state once the box was open.
No, that's absolutely right, Whitley. And then I also believe there's an observational problem with quantum physics in the first place. In other words, when you actually watch it happen, it won't happen.
Well, exactly. But the thing that one of the most interesting things about the whole idea of quantum events taking place on a larger scale it's been recently discovered. Previously, it was always believed that quantum events, things like superposition and indeterminacy and quantum entanglement, only happened on a very, very, very small scale, like things that like photons and electrons, and nothing larger. Recently, it's been discovered that a fullerene, which is an actual particle, it's certainly not large, but by our standards, but compared to a photon, it's enormous. It can also be observed in superposition. This means that physical matter actually can go into superposition. And what that means in terms of our perception and our experience of the world, nobody actually knows.
Mm-hmm.
In other words,
Starfire, if I may interrupt, with regard to what Leo asked, do these time shifts happen to some people more than others? Do some people remain mostly in one timeline while others are shifting sort of back and forth or observing things that are changing?
Okay. With a time shift, it's happening to everyone.
Yes.
Whether you're consciously aware of it or not. There's nothing you can do about it. But there are some people, like who experience a time shift living dead event, that are having memories of at least two different timelines. How can your brain both have a memory of Nelson Mandela being alive and Nelson Mandela being dead? These are very final outcomes. So this is where someone's brain somehow, for some reason, the assimilation that the core matrix does to cause people to never notice that timelines are changing, to always think that whatever's around them is the way it's always been. But that's not true. That's an illusion. Whitley, when he first had his sort of time jump, when he was walking and he contacted me about it, that was sort of a first awareness, and he thought of me. And from that point on, he began having more and more and more of these types of time slips that we began to document. You would be the same, Art. You wouldn't just be having a singular dual timeline memory conflict. You would be having other weird things happening too. But the way that my research begins is I take a phenomenon like, why do masses of people think that a very alive Nelson Mandela actually had died? And these are people from all over the world, do not communicate with each other, do not know what's going on, but they're contacting me independently, privately, to tell me this.
That's fair.
So I have to say, what is this phenomena?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So this is where, you have to understand that this is a phenomenon which is ignored by mainstream science, but is only one in thousands of interrelated phenomena and anomalies, all of which take you down a road, if you follow it, to present the core matrix, time shift, reality shift, coexisting timelines, and all of the other phenomena.
All right, I'll give you a very quick example of another one that's occurred to me.
Great.
When I was younger, I can recall driving. I love to drive, and any number of times when I was driving, not a lot, but a number, I would suddenly realize that I had arrived at a place, a town, or a destination that I'd been going to, and I didn't have the slightest idea how the last hour passed. I had no memory of the past hour.
I've had that too.
And it scared the you-know-what out of me. because you're out of control. I don't like feeling out of control.
Me
I
neither.
was just suddenly there. And obviously the time had passed. Obviously I didn't get into a crash or do something stupid. I drove, but I had no memory of about an hour of the driving. Now that has happened to a lot of people, not
Yep.
just me.
Yep,
I
yep.
guess that's a time shift, right?
Well, not necessarily. I have scientific criteria that I do all anomalous investigations. So the first thing I do is I have to weed out any regular, normal things. Were you daydreaming? How fast were you going? What was the traffic like? Do you remember passing this or that? And once I go through all of the criteria that will tell me if this is just somebody who wasn't paying attention or was speeding and got someplace faster, once I put that out of the way, then with that out of the way, it's still not answered, that's when we go into a time shift. And this also involves missing time. And in some cases may even involve what some people believe are extraterrestrial abductions. I mean, there are many branches of the how did I get there so fast, or why did it take me so long? You know, where did the 4 hours go on a 30-minute driving trip?
Yeah, that part, yeah.
Legitimate questions. And here comes another one. You've come up with the term matrix and core matrix. Well, you know, everybody's going to say, hey, grab that one from the movie.
Right. Well, when the Matrix movie came out, I had been discussing my research for a very long time prior to the Matrix movie, and I did call the core matrix the Matrix. When the movie came out, which is science fiction, I really was getting a little concerned that people were thinking that my research was the movie explanation for the Matrix. So I renamed it the core matrix. And to help people along, on my website, you will find an article that I wrote about time shifts in Quest magazine. It predates the Matrix movie. So, and anyone who knows anything about how hardcover magazines are published, you know that this was started 3 months even before that date, and that this is a research project, so it was even well before that. And so I have a number of articles that just help people out who seem to think that somehow I came on board the Matrix train after the movie. It's not true.
All right, Whitley, so these things are, they're real. I mean, they really happen. I'm not sure what else you can add, except all of this really
10 minutes to 4:20 somewhere.
To, perhaps even billions of people, and I think that a lot of times people simply, well, as an example, when you're driving and suddenly you're there, you have a startled moment, and even a moment of being scared, but after that, you kind of mentally manage to one way or the other rationalize and dismiss the experience unless it's called back, as in doing a show right now. You sort of dismiss it because life goes on, folks.
Right.
I think that the boundary between the classical and quantum worlds is actually fuzzier than we would like to believe. And there are, like I referred to earlier, there are experiments that are bringing the mass limit so far up, so to speak, up higher and higher all the time, step by step. And I think ultimately we're going to find out that the so-called classical world where everything works in a mechanical way and one follows two and all time is linear, is in our minds. That the real world is what we're seeing when we glimpse things like time shifts. All that's happening is for
More fluid, like Brian likes to say. It's more fluid.
a second we're seeing reality, not what we choose to filter out. Because if we didn't filter that out, our minds would be perceiving everything so chaotically we would be helpless.
I'm not sure this is in any way related, but I'm going to give it a shot. My daughter, Asia, like all children, you know, she's 2.5 now, and I guess like all children, she's got an incredibly active imagination. I mean, for her, these things she does are real. When she dips her spoon into an imaginary cup and then takes a sip or a bite of whatever was in the imaginary cup, or even something more complex and complicated. It's absolutely real to her. When she sits in a chair and looks down and she'll say, we call her Ace. Ace in boat. You know, Ace is in a boat, and she's looking down, and she says she can see water and she can see fish. Or even a little more startling, and this is still going on now, everybody. She'll be in the bedroom, and she'll look at the ceiling, and she will say, hi, and it's done repeatedly, like there's somebody on that ceiling. Now, either that's a child's imagination, or when children are very small and about her age, they see things that they have not yet been taught not to see. I'm not sure what's real.
Ask Schrodinger's cat. He'd probably say it's both.
Well, I would like to be able to explain some of the actual hard evidence that I have for time shifts, because it did take a leap from the anecdotal research that I was doing to the hard evidence, which brought me to some very astonishing eureka moments. That's why I'm so confident.
Okay, all right, well, that's fair enough, and I want you to do that. Evidence is important. Whitley, is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Well, yeah, actually, Art, I have an experience that happened in December of 2007, but it's pretty long. It'll take me a few minutes to get through it.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Well, this was once again, I had at this point known Starfire for a couple of years, and I had just published the book 2012, The War for Souls, and right after the book was published in August. In September, David Deutsch, this is a book about parallel universes, 2012. And David Deutsch at Oxford published an announcement to the effect that he thought that parallel universes were physically real, which was
5 minutes to 4:20 somewhere.
Coincidental, because my book was about this poor doofus writer who's writing a novel that turns out to be an actual history in a parallel universe, and they start coming after him to try to change the novel in order to change history in their own world. It's interesting. But anyway, I went to bed that night in December the 7th of 2007 at about 11:30. I woke up and meditated for a while at around 2 o'clock in the morning. Then I woke up at 4:53, and at this point in my life, I was always, anytime anything unusual happened, I was looking at the clock because of Starfire, knowing her. And it was so exactly 4:53, I woke up because I felt somebody clutching the two fingers of my right hand, which was, Anne was asleep. She sleeps on the other side of the bed, so it was, it wakes you right up because there's not supposed to be anyone else in the house. And I opened my eyes, looked at the clock, and I could see something outside glowing. It was a very stormy night. The clouds were just pouring past. I could see the single light in the sky. And I sat up, and as soon as I moved, the light was gone. But I went down again, so I thought, well, maybe I just dreamed it. And there it was again. So I woke Ann up. Neither one of us could see it, except from just that one position. So I was trying to get a camera to take a picture of it and so forth. But then I eventually it went away, and we couldn't see any more of it. I had a very strange feeling about it, though, because it really seemed like some kind of a UFO. Then I went to bed. I went back to sleep. Ann went back to sleep. Then suddenly I was awake, and I was started awake, and I went into thought that something was wrong. I could hear something in the living room, and I got up. I went into the living room, and it was completely different. It was another room. It had four decorative plants in it. It was just not the same room at all.
Right.
And then I proceeded to go through. I turned around to go back in the bedroom because it scared the dickens out of me, frankly. Mm-hmm. And I've had experiences of extraordinary movement into different dimensions or whatever, and I'm always afraid I'll never get back. And indeed, there was a wall where the hallway had been a few seconds before. And what then proceeded to happen was I went
He's on some good stuff.
through 5 different lives that were all unfolding at the same time. In another one, I was in my old family home in San Antonio, and it was very run down. I was married to Anne, and we were very poor. In another one, she had died of the stroke she had in 2004, and I was walking alone along a beachfront with my grandson. In a third, we were asleep in another apartment, but in this world, I was still lying in bed, and the fingers that had grasped my hand were still tugging on. It was just the most bizarre period of a few minutes that you could possibly imagine. It was
Whitley, I think all of this puts you into the category of somebody who, like Starfire, who has these experiences more frequently than the rest of us. But the rest of us have them as well. Enough truth in that I think a lot of the audience is resonating with what they're hearing. But I've never had anything quite as extensive as you have, Whit. Listen, I want to thank you for coming on.
Something like that when I did Salvia defornium.
Right, and we'll sort of take it from there. But I understand completely what you're saying, Whitley. Oh, buddy, we'll do a whole show together pretty soon. How about that?
Thanks a lot.
All right. Take care and good night, Whitley. And Starfire Tour will be back following the break. There is something to all of this, folks. This is just not fantasy unveiled. These are experiences that, well, I want to say they're real. They certainly feel real. I'm Art Bell. I bid all the creatures of the night a good day, a good evening, a good morning, whatever. We are creatures of the night. My guest is Starfire Tour. Whitley added quite a bit, and we're going to turn to Starfire in a moment for the evidence, real evidence of all this that she talked about. I have no idea what all of this really is about. It may be as Starfire suggests, but hearing the actual evidence of this is worth staying up late if that's the situation you're in. So leave the radio right where it is, and we'll be
4:20 somewhere.
Well, all right, Starfire, welcome back. It's evidence time. So you went farther than I think most all of us have gone with this, and you tried to document and prove that these occurrences were real, not just a simple, quick aberration of the mind of some sort or another. So what can you tell me about evidence?
Okay, here it comes. First of all, I just want to state that no scientist is worth anything if they try to gather the evidence to fit their own theory. That's not good science. And I do perform good science. I simply followed the clues. I followed the research. I did not expect what the outcome would come. And as a matter of fact, when I did discover about the core matrix and time shifts, I actually went into a depression because this was not at all what I thought the world was. Okay?
Sure.
Now, back on June 29, 2001, and this is just one example of a lot of physical documentation that I have. I'm just focusing on one.
2001. Wait, let me go back. What date did she say? Hold on.
Well, all right.
It doesn't like when I skip around.
Farther than I think most all of us have gone with this, and you tried to document and prove that these occurrences were real, not just a simple, quick aberration of the mind of some sort or another. So what can you tell me about evidence?
Okay, here it comes. First of all, I just want to state that no scientist is worth anything.
Sorry, I went back too far, but
the evidence to fit their own theory. That's not good science. And
that's what NASA does.
Perform good science. I simply followed the clues. I followed the research. I did not expect what the outcome would come. And as a matter of fact, when I did discover about the core matrix and time shifts, I actually went into a depression because this was not at all what I thought the world was. Okay?
Sure.
Now, back on June 29, 2001, and this is just one example of a lot of
Yesterday, 2001.
just focusing on one particular time. On June the 29th, 2001, I was running an investigation in an area in Southern California that I had noticed buildings changing, time shifting around, and so I took some people
21 years ago.
on this particular day to do a research, and we did notice a time shift occurring. Things were changing. I called someone that I work with now and then, the stage performance magician, Brandon Scott. I utilized Brandon in my reality shift manifestation experiments because he is an expert in not only hand magic and prestidigitation, but if someone is trying to make it look like they can make something appear, but they're really doing some form of stage magic, he can spot it right away.
In other words, he's an expert in deception.
That's right. He is an expert in deception. I'm also an expert in deception, but his type of expertise is the type of person I bring into research situations.
Okay.
So I called Brandon after this time shift had happened. He brought his video cam, and he began to videotape whatever I was pointing out for him to do. One of the things that he videotaped was an establishing shot, which I wanted. And for those of you in the entertainment industry, an establishing shot is just a pan of the larger area where you are focused on a smaller area so that you know where you are. Okay?
Okay, sure.
So he took an establishing shot of what was a very, very, very large parking lot in a suburban market zone. There were some large restaurants, buildings, and so that's all that was meant to be, was an establishing shot. And like so many great things in science that have been discovered from sheer dumb luck, that's what happened to me here. I was looking over the tapes, and I saw the establishing shot, and I put it up on the shelf. A few months later, in early November of 2001, a friend and I, someone who had been with me on that June 29th day, I brought them back to that location to see whether or not anything else had changed. And in this one moment, in a 45-minute time period, a huge building appeared in that parking lot that had not been there 45 minutes before. It was a Circuit City building the size of a warehouse. It was huge. Now, the thing about this particular time shift event happening was that all along I was publishing my reports on my interdimension list, and some of them would go on to my publicly available website. So as we're going along, there is a genesis to what I'm about to tell you. So here in early November 2001, this huge Circuit City building appears, and
See, she was working for somebody, folks. She was working for the government 20-some years ago on this phenomenon we know as the Mandela Effect.
Go in there, and I do what I usually do. I have a way that I interview people who suddenly appear in a timeline who I know really shouldn't be there. So I interview the managers, and I interviewed the workers there. I never tip them off or front load them that I'm going, hey, where did you come from? You weren't here 45 minutes ago. No. I go in and I say, oh, this is great. How long has the building been here? How long have you been working here? And I have them sign affidavits. Okay, and then I take a lot of photographs and a lot of video of the Circuit City building from a lot of different angles. Now, here's where the dumb luck comes in. If you didn't think that dumb luck was involved in all the rest of that, I go back to look at the footage from 6/29 to see whether or not we had captured anything in that establishing shot where the Circuit City building should not have been. And sure enough, I have a video that Brandon Scott took from 6/29/2001, panning of that exact area. You can see all of the buildings where the Circuit City should have been, but where the Circuit City was now, there's nothing. It's just a parking lot.
So they built it.
No Circuit City. Not there at all. Yet I have affidavits and documents from the actual company saying that Circuit City had been built there, had been placed there, had been opened up there a year before. I had affidavits from the workers there and the management that they had been there a year before. This is a documented example of two different versions of the same timeline. And I had the documented evidence proof positive.
Where
this
was
is
this?
just-
In what city was this?
This is in Southern California.
In Southern California.
Right.
A lot of circuit cities disappeared in recent years.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But back then, no.
I know.
So what you're saying is you had an establishing shot, June 29, 2001, of this parking lot.
6 months later.
A huge parking lot.
All right. And you're saying that the space that the Circuit City occupied today
wasn't there then.
Wasn't there then? It was only a parking lot, and there. In other words, the Circuit City did not suddenly appear where other businesses had been. It appeared in the parking lot.
That is correct. There were large other buildings on the fringe rimming this parking lot. There were restaurants and there was a tire store. Okay? And the Circuit City did not take over any of those buildings. The Circuit City building came into manifestation and within this 45-minute time that we went to lunch. It just appeared in a place where there was no building before, and I have the videotape. It's not even a still shot; it's a videotape of this. And because it's an establishing shot, I asked Brandon to pan, and he panned so you can see the other buildings, the restaurants, the tire store, the parking lot, and where the Circuit City building later appeared a few months later. There's just no building there. There's just a parking lot and some trees, and that's about it. That's evidence. And I have.
That's evidence. Have you posted all this on your website?
No. No, I have not. I've shared it with academia, but I have not yet decided on the vehicle that I want to release this. I intend to release this. I want to share this. The reason I talk to the public is I do want to turn on the light switch in their brain. I just don't want to be one of those people who just has an opinion. I've done some interesting research, and here's my opinion. No. My opinions are based on hard evidence, so that when I do come across anecdotal information, I have created a scientific criteria to investigate the anomaly or the experience.
All right. Well, what you've told me is absolutely incredible. I mean, fine. It does sound like hard evidence. Now, how many people have you shared this with, and what have they said when you've presented them with the evidence?
I've shared it with about 50 or 60 people. Obviously, the people who were there at that time, because I had them write their own reports.
Right.
From their own point of view. I've showed it to certain people that I work with, some scientists. I have researched that particular land. I want to know what's underneath it, what's above it, so I talk to geologists. There's an earthquake fault that is very near there. I check those things out when it comes. There's what I believe is a vortex there. This is an area where time goes wonky quite a bit. So I do deal with quite a number of people, and I really didn't want to present this hard evidence without having the right platform and without having enough data to go with it, that I was really going to make a positive contribution to the understanding of the nature of our world. And now I know.
But you said you presented this to some academics. Academics are interesting people. They look at facts. So when they look at the establishing shot from June 29, 2001, and then the November stuff and all the affidavits, that is proof. And so how do they react to to that? How do they write it off? Do they say, I have no idea? Or what do they say?
Right. Well, most of the academics that I have worked with, I actually also bring to the site. It's one thing to, look at cameras, and I also have the film documented as being authentic, not messed around with. No photoshopping, no digital this or that. That's really important. You have to start from the ground up when you're going to build a case like this. So whenever possible, I do bring my experts to the location so that they can see the angles of the shots. The people that I work with know me well enough that I am only looking for their science information. I'm looking for the most intelligent people to deal with. I want to know their opinion. And if they have an opinion that is a different one than mine, I want to hear that. I want everything on the table. And if I've made a mistake anywhere down the line, I want to know now, because I cannot afford to have any information in a research project that is not proven to be supportive.
Well, that's absolutely right. But so that's why I'm asking, what sort of reaction did you get to this kind of hard evidence? I mean,
amazed, of course, upset. They're amazed, upset. They all realize that I've turned science on its ear. And I explain I really haven't. It's just the next step in science, and that quantum physicists, as they all know, are heading in this direction, and I'm hoping to meet them somewhere in the middle. That's about it, They recognize what I do is real because I brought too much information to them for them to disrespect who I am and what I do, and because I don't want them to support me blindly. I won't even work with somebody like that. I'm not interested, but I'm also not interested in somebody whose ego is so invested in only what they put out into the world, even if it turns out to be now proven to be not quite right. I'm not interested in those people either.
Well, you're talking about a majority of scientists.
That's okay.
Their egos are pretty invested in.
That's okay. Different scientists, some of them, they go and they get grants, and so they can't even say they know me. Publicly, they can't even say they know me because they may lose their grant money. And I understand this, I'm independent, I don't depend on politics. So I can sit here and talk with you and tell you I'm going to present all of these things to the public in the right format with the right support system because I want you to have it. And remember, this is only just one of my pieces of hard evidence. And anybody would take a look at this hard documentation and say, what has happened? What is going on here? And so I want them to tear it to shreds. I want them to take a look, like I said, at the very beginning. Is there manipulation of the video? Is there somehow the video was taken from a strange angle that makes it look like the building's not there when it was there all the time? All of that has been gone through because that's how I think. When I work with other experts in a variety of fields, I look at their work and I'm critiquing it myself going, is this somebody who can really meet me and bring to the table everything they know? And if they discover something that I have that they realize alters their data, are they willing to advance their data? Those are the type of people that I'm.
A lot of scientists, of course, are not willing to do that at all.
But
okay,
many
that's
are.
one very good piece of evidence, I will admit. We've got time, so if you have other evidence, other things that you've documented, I'd love to hear about them.
Great, I'll share them with you.
Fire away.
Okay. One of the things I know that Whitley Strieber is very aware of, and so is a lot of the world, is something that I do called reality shift manifestation. A reality shift is not something that I discovered. I discovered time shifts in the core matrix and all that, but reality shift is associated with the fabric of the way that our timeline is created. What I did was I discovered what a reality shift actually is and how it functions. In brief, it is a localized phenomenon where something in somebody's local world alters. The entire timeline does not change. It's just something about them changes. I have been running experiments for years and years and years to have items actually materialize. Yes, I have this on video and I have these on photographs. I was running experiments with my interdimension research list, which, by the way, if the public would like to join, if they're interested, they can ask. Go there and ask. And I created, as I studied how the core matrix worked, which also leads to the discovery, I discovered why the brain dreams. Our interface with the core matrix, the dreaming brain, is for the most part, you are interfacing with the streaming data of coexisting timelines, which is how Whitley Strieber could see all of these other lifetimes, versions of lifetimes that he was explaining. He was actually accessing multiple timelines at the same time. People do that all the time. I discussed this phenomenon on my interdimension research list. So I developed a protocol that I call reality shift manifestation, where I can actually alter part of the fabric of reality. And I did that publicly August 31st of this year. You may recall that there were some deadly wildfires in California.
I do indeed.
Okay. And now, privately, on my interdimension list, we had been experimenting, seeing if we could do a reality shift manifestation to bring rain to where there are fires. And we had had some success. And so for these wildfires, my group and I decided that we would also do it to help out. And we do this privately, quietly, not for the public. But
all right, Starfire, we are at another break point, so hold tight. Reality shift manifestation, bringing rain to an area that has wildfires.
And she's a scientist. I'm sure they just did some chemtrailing.
From Manila in the Philippines, Southeast Asia, I'm Art Bell. We'll be right back.
Is anybody still here?
I'm filling in for George, a well-deserved night off for George. Doing the show every night is
open swing in the
an
house.
incredible feat. And so
Hey.
it's a well-deserved night off. All right.
It's 20 till right now. I just have a headache. I'm not going to smoke, but it's 20 till right now, a.k.a. bong hit time.
Bringing rain to an area that needed rain when the wildfires were going on. That, of course, it forced me to immediately recall the experiments that we did. I forget, 8 or 9 experiments. And these experiments, imagine Starfire knows about them, but we produced rain. We tried focus. I don't know, a lot of you are new listeners, but years ago we tried, I got very interested in all of this, focusing intention and causing weather changes. And we did a whole number of experiments, and we did, in fact, produce rain in areas that not only needed it, but had no forecast for rain, areas that had drought and all the rest of it. And all of this went on to manifest itself in people suggesting that we turn storms, hurricanes and that sort of thing. And then I finally got cold feet. And I got cold feet because it worked. It absolutely worked. And the evidence for that is all over the airwaves in years past. You can go back and listen to it if you wish. If you don't believe it, we tried to focus millions of minds. We did, in fact, do that, and we did, in fact, accomplish it. We produced rain. There's no question about it. A couple of the experiments involved people's health. That also worked. You can regard it as anecdotal evidence if you want to, but the weather changes that we did were real, and all of it is documented and was broadcast on the air. So call it reality shift manifestation, or call it focusing intention, or whatever you want to call it. But in years past, we did that. We'll talk more about all of that with Starfire Tor in a moment. Right back. Well, all right, Starfire, reality shift manifestation. I have the luxury, or I had the luxury at that time, and I guess in a way now as well, of being on the air in front of millions of people. So we did these experiments. It came out of consciousness experimentation that was going on at various universities. At any rate, we did. Are you aware of the experiments? I would imagine you are.
I am aware.
You are aware.
I'm aware not of what you're talking about. You're making it rain. That I did not know. I'm hearing this for the first time, but I am aware of intention experiments. Cool.
Okay. All right. Well, we did this on the air in front of millions of people, and we did it 8 or 9 times. Oh, you should definitely look into that because
I like
it was
Thank you.
as real as a heart attack. So you call it one thing, call it focusing intention or mass consciousness or whatever you want to call it, but do you see it as different from reality shift manifestation?
No. As I said, I did not discover reality shifts. They are a natural part of the human ability. What I did do was I discovered what it actually is, how it works, the mechanism. And because I discovered the mechanism, I've been able to create protocols that if you follow my protocols, you get a reality shift. Okay? So here's how it works in a nutshell. I've already explained that the brain is the interface to the core matrix, and even the dreaming brain accesses the streaming data from coexisting timelines. That's mainly what dreams are. So what I've taught is that, let's say you have these wildfires in California. In fact, this is exactly how we did it. This is documented. Anybody can come onto my lift, or they can join my Facebook, and they can actually see. They can go back and look at the timestamps and read what I wrote and read the responses, including Whitley Strieber's, and you will see that this actually happened. Okay? And yes, this will be very familiar to you now, Art.
Okay.
So the reality shift works this way. You have the wildfire and dry. No rain is predicted, okay? So that anyone in the world can, no matter where they are, can look at the weather report in that part of Southern California or California in general and see no rain is predicted, not even for the week. Done. Okay. So now, using the interface of the brain, I roll through coexisting timelines, looking for one where it is raining, where I want it to rain. And once I find that, I make a copy, paste, okay? And through our joint efforts with the brain, we copy, paste it, and we do an edit into the dominant timeline.
Okay, I'm a little confused. Hold on.
Okay.
You say you go through, or you look through other timelines.
Well,
how do you do that?
I teach it. I mean, you just can't do it. You know, I'm being very quick with my words. But I have...
Well, we have the luxury of time with a program like this, so I want to understand, is this a mental process only? You sit down, close your eyes, and go through what you consider to be different timelines and find one where it rained? Is that the process? Or if not, take the time to explain to me what the process is.
Okay. Using your brain and the soul, anything and everything that allows you to, you can call it psychic if you want, you can call it the interface connection. Some people who I work with need to go find what's called a vortex, someplace where their own energy is amplified. Sometimes what are called haunted locations work for that as well. But what I teach is for people to use their brains primarily to reach out through the bridge work of the various frequencies of coexisting timelines until they find one where there is rain falling in the area that we need it. If we can't find rain, there will be no manifestation of rain. So, you know, that's a rule for reality shift manifestation. I take people through a variety of exercises that I teach to hone their brains to be able to do this, to to take their brains out of the amnesia that they're in. In fact, some of the methodology is just to get people to smell new things, go to new places, think about new things, to educate new gray matter, to formulate their brain even before they go to sleep. I have them think about certain images, certain colors, certain things in their own lives, so that their brain is not trapped in only the assimilation, the dumbness, the amnesia that the core matrix wants everyone to think that it's a singular timeline, nothing unusual is going on, go with the program and live your life. Pay no attention to the little man behind the curtain, such as in The Wizard of Oz.
Mandela affected.
You know, over the years, I've developed ways to help to enhance the brain, to be able to detect the difference between just daydreaming and thinking to when it's actually glommed onto a coexisting timeline. In fact, scientists now have been talking about ways to amplify the brain, even to help prevent Alzheimer's and other loss of brain power, simply by introducing new techniques, new games, new things for the brain to do. Well, I've been doing that for years.
All right. Well, once one has mentally located a timeline in which there was rain involved with the California wildfires, then how do you impose that timeline on the current timeline and produce the rain? It's by focusing intention, yes?
Yes, it becomes an act of intention, but the intention has rules, because we know that we are copy-pasting from a coexisting time.
Well, that I had to stop it there for a second. All right, so that's sorcery right there. See, somebody has tapped in. All right, so you have God, you have the source, God, the ultimate source, and His power, and somebody's now using God's power, but with bad intentions, and that's all there is. There isn't like there's a good power and an evil power. There's one power. It's the Creator's power, and whoever taps into it is either good or evil, or has good or evil intentions. I think we might stop here, but over here on Starfire Tour's website, we were just listening to Starfire Tour, the scientist who is one of the first people to talk about the Mandela effect and investigate it. She just hates the Mandela effect name. But anyway, this is her website, and she's got here, click to access episode 1, The Truth About the Mandela Effect. And so this is only been out for a couple years now. She talked about wanting a platform and a way to talk about this more. And so her and this blonde-headed chick here, this is Starfire Tour right here. It's kind of creepy looking, but anyway, that's when she was younger too. I think she's older now, but anyway, maybe that is her now. All right. So this is the Time Chronicles. Okay. And this is where they talk about all of this stuff further. What we're watching, what we're listening to right now is like 12 years old, where now on this stuff is a couple years old. So let's go ahead and give this a listen here, because I'm sure most of you haven't heard this.
Welcome to the Time Chronicles. I'm Karen Ellington.
I'm Starfire Tour. Join us as we journey beyond the outer limits of your perception.
Beyond the illusion of mainstream reality and beyond the deception and disinformation that passes for truth.
So join us as we reveal the hidden and forbidden secrets of the world and the multiverse.
It's about time. And welcome to the first episode of the Time Chronicles, the truth about the Mandela Effect. We will be revealing on this podcast the unique insider knowledge on all topics related to time, timeline edits, time shift effect, the Mandela Effect. Get it straight from the horse's mouth here, only on this podcast, with the world-renowned, uniquely psi-gifted scientist, researcher, and media personality, Starfire Tour. So remember to subscribe if you enjoy delving into the beyond normal topics, because this will certainly be the podcast for you. So Starfire, we both know that this thing called the Mandela Effect has affected and attracted a lot of attention with a lot of people across the planet. But what people are going to learn right now on this podcast is that the Mandela Effect is actually based on your personal research, if not your life's work, really. Its real name is the time shift living dead phenomena, I believe, or what you call time shift effect. Isn't that right?
That's right, Karen.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that we're doing this as our first show, because one of the things that I have made the public aware of over the years are hoaxes, frauds, and the theft of intellectual property, no matter what a person's field is, whether it's what you call beyond normal, such as UFOs, ETs, time travel, time anomalies, space flight, space forces, whatever. When a hoaxer enters the field and starts to make up stories about a particular topic, particularly like these topics that I just mentioned,
Here we go.
they do almost irreparable damage to what is a very truthful topic and field. There are UFOs, there are extraterrestrials, time travel is real, time anomalies are real, the paranormal's real, ghosts are real, hauntings are real. All of these things are real. But when you have someone come out and tell untruths, make up stories, make up scenarios, make up narratives about it, and they take people down a rabbit hole, it makes a mockery of the actual truth. And that way, people who are actually seeking the truth, which I think is a very important thing to do, people who are seeking the truth will never get it. They are sent in the wrong direction. And that is exactly what Fiona Broom did with the Mandela Effect. And
Fiona Broomstick.
by extension,
What? Here we go. You heard it.
all of these things are real. But when you have someone come out and tell untruths, make up stories, make up scenarios, make up...
See, it says right here, the unethical hijacking of Starfire Tour's unique discovery and research.
narratives about it, and they take people down a rabbit hole, it makes a mockery of the actual truth. And that way, people who are actually seeking the truth, which I think is a very important thing to do, people who are
It
seeking
is.
the truth will never get it. They are sent in the wrong direction. And that is exactly what Fiona Broom did with the Mandela Effect. And by extension, everyone who became attracted to her Mandela Effect, which is really my hijacked the time shift effect, everyone who is attracted to it, and believe me, it's a fascinating topic. Of course, I am the leading expert in it in the world, so I should know. I want people attracted to the Mandela Effect to stop using the term Mandela effect and
Yeah,
call
good
it
luck.
by its real name. It's a time shift effect. And in particular, Nelson Mandela is a time shift living dead person. That's what I've always called it. I'm the person who publicly announced that Nelson Mandela was a time shift living dead person. Me. And just in case anyone's wondering, Art Bell was on my research list.
1999.
And he was very aware of my discussions on that research list and on various publications which I wrote, lectures which I did, that I talked about Nelson Mandela as a time shift living dead person.
Yeah, I think I heard you on Coast to Coast first. I think that's how I first became aware of you and became interested in the topic myself, actually.
Right. That was, well, I was with Art Bell in 2009. I'd been on Coast to Coast before that, too, with other hosts.
That was what we were just
and
listening
other
to.
shows, too. Whitley Strieber's Unknown Country and a host of other shows, including I was the chief science writer for Quest magazine, in which I discussed these topics way back in the 90s, too. Anyway, well established.
Yeah.
Fiona Broom, and I have to mention her name because she started the Mandela Effect in 2010, actually just a very short while after I appeared on Coast to Coast with Art Bell, where this topic was discussed. And I was shocked. I was shocked when I read about the Mandela Effect. It's not that I mind people talking about my discoveries. It's just that this woman completely left me out of the conversation.
So she's given us permission to talk about her discoveries. And she hates Fiona Broom. She hates the name Mandela Effect.
Yeah, and a lot of people on the circuit, so-called truthers and givers of information, are plagiarizers too. I mean, they are acting in acts of theft of intellectual copyright of others, and people need to be aware of this. It's okay to look at other people's research, but you need to cite them as the author or the origin point of the research. You can't claim it as your own.
Exactly. I want people to be talking about this. I don't mind how many websites and how many podcasts are about the time shift effect and about my work. I encourage it because it's the most fascinating thing on the face of the planet. But what Fiona Broom did was to remove me from the conversation and pretend that there was no science, no understood science behind
AKA Lions.
the time shift living dead phenomenon that she calls the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
But there is
her
a
website
science.
was asking people to write in their experiences of Mandela effect as if it was gathering the data. Is that correct? Because
that's correct. She was soliciting people to try to figure out what's going on. What is it? How does it work? And she put herself at the center, in the spotlight, as the person who, started this whole phenomenon when she wasn't. I mean, she even wrote on her Mandela Effect website that she wanted to know what it was all about. She was actively researching it. And she was hoping that maybe she could write a book or do a film or, she was the center of attention. Well, I think it's very obvious that when you remove the actual person who discovered the phenomenon and the science behind it, that if you remove them, then you get to play the game of being the most important person in the room when it comes to this topic.
Kind of like the government did with Nikola Tesla and his stuff. They just took over his stuff real quick.
Which is what Fiona Broom was doing.
Yeah.
Now, I did want to give her the benefit of the doubt. I like to do that with people. I'm a fair person. I wanted to be fair. I thought, well, could this be a coincidence? I didn't think it was. I read things on her website which told me, informed me that she knew exactly who I was. She was using some of my own words, words that I coined, using my own words. Reality shift, time shift, when describing the Mandela effect. You just don't come up with those out of thin air. She also started this, like I said, shortly after I was on Coast to Coast with Art Bell, and that Art Bell himself got the Mandela effect, the time shift effect, the time shift living dead, the whole Nelson Mandela thing from me. Okay. So I decided to put Ms. Broom to the test.
Broomstick.
I discussed this with a few friends of mine. My name was not mentioned at all, and none of my buzzwords were mentioned. And all of those comments remained in the comments section. Then a little while later, maybe a week or so, I don't recall, a week or so goes by. And this time, my friend said in various ways, "Hey, have you ever heard of Starfire Tour? She was the one who first talked about Nelson Mandela. She's got the whole science worked out. Here's her website. Here's her Facebook page. Here is her appearances on this show, that show, this show, that show. Gee, you should really check it out because, you know, she's the origin of it."
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, Karen, those comments were disappeared. Not one single one of the comments in which my name was mentioned was left for the public to see. That told me, that confirmed what I already knew, which was she didn't want anyone to know about me because it would spoil the fact that she had hijacked my work, my life's legacy, and she was holding back from the public the actual science behind it. And I want people to know what it is and how it works. I have spent a lifetime educating the world that we live in a reality that is not the reality that mainstream is pushing. We don't live in a single timeline. We live in multiple coexisting timelines. And I think that's what you discovered too when you first came upon me.
Yeah, well, you know, as you were talking about what happened in the past, it kind of triggered some of my own memories, actually, of having listened to you on Coast to Coast, talking about this information, and then seeing on the internet suddenly this thing spring up about the Mandela effect. And I may have even, without knowing you at the time, gone on that message board and said, "Oh, but Starfire Tour has answered all these questions. They're called timeline edits." And I even remember myself thinking, hang on a minute, that woman I heard on Coast to Coast, she already explained all of this. And I already could remember hearing you talk about it, that drew me even into the topic. And I was like, oh, well, that all made sense. When you explained it, it all just made total sense to me because my brain is always in that beyond normal side of things. And yeah, I remember it quite clearly myself. And then what happened was they started to talk about the Mandela effect as if no one knew what it was about. And I got a little bit confused myself, like cognitive dissonance. And then I watched many videos of people with their theories and even people quite well known in YouTube land. Cliff High, he was saying he believes it's quantum computers were turned on, creating some quantum entanglement. And it's just like the theories were getting more and more, you know, out there, and everyone had some bizarre theory. I just kept thinking, but I remember that lady Starfire Tour, she'd already explained it all, and it all made sense, and she had all the proof and the research. I'm not even sure why people are still discussing this topic. But then I guess people just haven't really heard this story, which is why we wanted to do this as episode number 1, to just really bring this out there so we can just get that truth across. Because when you don't know truth, then you can be misled.
Right. And so what I want to discuss now is the actual science that
Yeah.
you know, that makes the time shift living dead, that makes time shift effects and time shift markers so important in our world. And I want, whether someone is attracted to the Mandela effect, like I said, please stop using that term. Rebel.
Good luck.
It's called the time shift living dead. Please honor the truth. Please honor my life's work and legacy. I'd appreciate it. I want you to be attracted to the real material. As I said, there are numerous co-existing timelines. We do not live in a singular timeline that has a past, a present, and a future. That's just man-made, constructed. Nor are there parallel timelines, and there are no parallel universes or parallel dimensions. That was a theory put out by a lot of scientists and science fiction writers that was pretty good in its day. It got people to thinking about the topic. But when I discovered something called time shifts and the core matrix, as I did my research on the science of how it all worked, I discovered that there are no parallel timelines, meaning that a parallel timeline means it runs side by side.
So what's the difference between that and a coexisting one?
Right. Coexisting means every single timeline exists in the same space.
Right.
And is only separated by their individual frequencies. That's it. Think of the old-fashioned radios. You had a dial, and depending on what radio station you wanted to hear, you changed the dial. There were.
Do you remember the movie Frequency? And they had an old radio, and they were tuning, and then he saw the future or whatever. Yeah, that was weird.
Radio crystals who could pick up the individual tuners or frequencies of the radio station. So you would have a singular box or a singular device.
I have an antique radio in my living room, actually. Anyway, 10 minutes to 4:20 on the East Coast.
Called a radio. And you would just turn that dial to pull in whichever station you wanted. Yet every single radio station was still broadcasting. The music or the talk shows were still out there broadcasting. They were still streaming. But you could only tune into one per device. That's how timelines work. They are streamed from something called the core matrix. The core matrix is the analogy.
But you know, if you don't, sometimes you can tune in two stations at one time, and they kind of blend together a little bit there. Imagine that.
Analogy of it is it's like a cosmic hard drive. It's not a sentient being. It's not a machine. It's not.
Christian was just talking about a hard drive. The other night, Christian Knapp was talking about saying CERN was a hard drive, big hard drive, but who knows?
Generating holograms. The core matrix exists in the ergosphere that surrounds a particular humongous black hole complex that our worlds are tied to. And our original universe was taken in by this huge black hole complex. It's part of nature. It's not an unusual phenomenon. It's a normal phenomenon. When this happens and there's a rotating ergosphere around this type of a black hole, it can capture remnants, fragments, pieces of whatever it's pulling in.
Space
Planets,
Force.
nebulas, solar systems, us. So remnants, particles of our universe were rescued from the black hole, before it went into the black hole, it was captured into this ergosphere. And from this, over time, millions of years, the core matrix was formed in order to reproduce, resurrect the original universe. That's a part of nature. This is how universes, planets, solar systems, nebulas, stardust, this is how it's all created. This is part of creation.
Cuckoo.
This is how it works. There
And
is
I believe even in some religious beliefs, like if you look in the Hindu text, they talk about the cosmic in and out breath of Brahma, as if there's this pushing out of creation, then a sucking back in, and then a spewing forth again, as it's like an in and out breath.
the Hindu have some remarkable information, remembrances of the before time. So over time, because of this manifest, what I call the prime directive, the core matrix began to find a way to resurrect the original universe because it is a life force. You have dark matter, which holds all of life force together. It's called dark, not because it's evil, but because human beings do not have any tools that can visually see the element of dark matter, the element of matter that holds everything together. So they call it dark, but that's just a phrase. So the spark of life is there, and the spark of life induces the need to become life, to be life, to excel, to evolve. And so the core matrix began again and began to recreate us into our original form. However, because the core matrix only had remnants of our previous cosmic universe, it only had remnants to work with to resurrect us. And so it did the very best that it could, but it kept doing an editing process, which it does to this very day, trying to figure out how to fix what it considers a glitch, a problem, because it can never, ever, never, ever resurrect us fully, because it needs the entirety of the spark of life from the original universe that we came from in order to do that. With remnants, that's all you have to do with. It was doing its best. So it is keyed to, programmed to continue to do this work until it gets it right, something it can never do. And so because of this, it engages in something that I call time shifts, timeline edits.
The Mandela
We are
Effect.
in continuous timeline edits. Think of yourself as a writer. You're writing a book, you're writing a report, you're writing anything you can think of, a letter, and you want to change some things inside of that document. You want to keep some things, change some things to make it better. You edit it out. Maybe you have a couple of different versions of the same script, and so you copy paste a little bit from this one, you copy it, paste it into your product. You copy from another source, paste it into your product. Well, that product is life. And the ability to copy and paste does not reduce its origin source. It's an exact replica. Well, when the core matrix does this timeline editing, it then creates a new dominant timeline. Every single past coexisting timeline is still streaming. Like those radio broadcasts are still playing. They're still streaming out there. These coexisting timelines still exist. We'll never go back to them, but they're still there, always there. But the core matrix has a program that I call brain assimilation. And that is, anytime it does one of these timeline deals, it makes sure that our brains are only aware of the dominant timeline that we happen to exist in now. It's a whole group planetary thing. And I'm just talking about Earth right now because that's where we live. But this is an entire universe project. If there's a timeline edit, it's not just happening on the planet, it's happening in the entire cosmos that the core matrix resurrected. I just want everyone to know
well,
that.
that's an important point.
It is. But right now we're just talking about planet Earth because that's where our awareness is.
And can I just ask you, did
yes